Chapter 2766. F***CK. He had grey hair and was wearing a simple cloth robe. He leaned against a stone pillar in the corner and didn't care about the upcoming competition at all. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. However, the more he was like this, the more Fang Chen felt surprised. A layer of grey aura appeared in his eyes. The supreme ancestral eye was secretly activated and locked onto the grey-robed man. At this moment, the latter also noticed Fang Chen. He raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. Then, he turned around. Interesting. Fang Chen raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. He thought that there was almost no opponent in this Dao debate, but now he encountered mysterious warriors one after another. Just as Fang Chen was about to observe the man in cloth robe further, the competition had officially begun. Any contestant could fight at will. Each warrior could successfully advance as long as he could defeat 10 people. I'll go first. In the Lin family area, the black-robed warrior stepped out and stood on the martial arts arena. His aura was soaring. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at the Tianshu Yuan area condescendingly. His intention was obvious. He was provoking. Let me. Fu Huan stomped his feet and came to the martial arts arena. You disciples of Tianshu Yuan, come at me together. The black-robed warrior's words were full of arrogance and disdain. Humph, I don't need all of them to deal with you. Fu Huan's face was gloomy, and he attacked with lightning speed. Boom. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. Seeing Fu Huan attack first, the black-robed warrior sneered. Too weak. He stretched out his big hand and pressed down. Suddenly, the whole space seemed to become oppressive. Fu Huan, who was rushing toward the black-robed warrior, suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, as if he had fallen into a swamp. Damn it. Fu Huan cursed. At the same time, he urged the power in his body to the extreme, trying to break free. However, it was too late. Go. The black-robed warrior's big hand pressed hard on Fu Huan's body. The sound of bones breaking came from the martial arts arena. Rip. Blood splashed all over the sky. Fu Huan dragged a broken arm and flew out. Fu Huan. Mental Demon Lord and the others shouted. They supported Fu Huan's body and saw the shocking scars on his body. Their hearts were full of anger. The Lin family is targeting Tianshu Yuan. He hit me too hard. I want to avenge Fu Huan. Ying Xing and the others were furious and wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Fang Chen. Let me do it. No matter what, Fu Huan and he came from the same chaotic void, so they were from the same hometown. Fu Huan was hurt like this right under his nose. He had no choice but to take action. Dong. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and gracefully landed on the martial arts stage. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people, the black-clothed martial artist said coldly. Dub. Fang Chen said calmly, you could have forced Fu Huan to retreat, but you chose the most ruthless way. You deserve to be punished. The black-clothed martial artist looked at Fang Chen. Are you talking about me? Immediately, a wild smile appeared on his face. What right do you have to talk about me? Buzz. The black-clothed martial artist attacked with lightning speed, not giving Fang Chen any chance. Clatter. It was still a pair of big hands that pressed down directly. The void collapsed, and the terrifying aura drowned Fang Chen. These hands don't need to exist anymore. Fang Chen said slowly. Then he flicked his finger, and a vast finger light burst out in an instant, shooting toward the big hands. Whoosh. The dazzling finger radiance exploded with an unimaginable power. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it directly pierced through the giant hand. Clatter. Blood sprayed. A hole appeared in the black-clothed martial artist's palm, and blood flowed out. He clenched his fists and was furious. How dare you hurt me? The black-clothed martial artist roared in anger. At the same time, he took out a long spear from his chest. Sky-breaking spear. With a low roar, the long spear pierced toward Fang Chen with incredible power. Buzz. The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and his defense was raised to the extreme. At the same time, Fang Chen displayed his unparalleled sword Dao, sword of heaven and earth. Hoo hoo hoo. In the sky, a violent wind blew. Beams of vast sword qi condensed into dazzling sword light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. What a powerful sword technique. What sword technique is this? It's so powerful. I've never seen or heard of it before. In the square, there were exclamations everywhere. Even Fu Jin of the Fu clan and Ting Fang of the hostile Wind Pavilion were stunned. At the corner of the square, the linen-clothed martial artist who was leaning on a stone pillar finally had a serious expression. No one in the entire Despair continent can compare to this level of sword technique. The linen-clothed martial artist's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. So powerful. Seeing this, the Heart Demon Lord and the others were full of smiles. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more likely they would have to avenge Fu Huan. On the rostrum. Old man Tian Shu, when did such a monster appear in Tianshu Yuan? The Fu clan head said with a smile. This child's attainments in swordsmanship are truly impressive. Just that strike alone contains an extremely powerful way of the sword. To have such an achievement at such a young age, no one in the entire Despair continent can compare to him, Pavilion Master Darkwind said. Only the Lin clan head snorted and didn't say anything. Damn it. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen's sword of heaven and earth shattered the black-clothed martial artist's attack with an unstoppable force. The latter's long spear was also shattered by the hidden star sword. Catcher. The long spear broke into two and fell off the martial arts stage. At this moment, the entire Lin clan area was shocked. They never dreamed that the strongest prodigy would encounter such a powerful opponent at the beginning of the battle. Where did this Tian Shu come from? Why is he so strong? Don't worry. The insect demon hasn't used his trump card yet. I hope the insect demon can destroy this damn guy. Many disciples of the Lin clan thought to themselves. After Fu Huan's arm was cut off, Tianshu Yuan had almost no combat power left. As long as the guy in front of them was seriously injured, Tianshu Yuan would lose without a doubt. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the martial arts stage. Whoosh! After the dazzling sword light shattered the long spear attack, it didn't stop. Instead, it continued to move forward and pierced the black-clothed martial artist's head. Thump! Thump! The black-clothed martial artist took a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and immediately said, "Originally, I saved my trump card for Fu Jin and Ting Fang, but you forced me to do this." Whoosh! A thick black mist emerged around the black-clothed martial artist. He slowly opened his bleeding palm. Suddenly, a dense swarm of insects whizzed out and flew all over the sky. These insects were basically the size of a thumb and contained extremely strong power. Under the attack of my world-devouring insects, you will die without a doubt. The world-devouring insects were the black-clothed martial artist's strongest trump card. They were bred with his own blood and sweat. Every time he bred a world-devouring insect, his strength would increase by a bit. Right now, once the world-devouring insects surrounded a person, even an ancient life-realm elite wouldn't dare to fight them head-on. Now, the world-devouring insects were still in their underage state. Once they reached adulthood, they would look down on the world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the black-clothed martial artist was unwilling to release them. This was because every time he released them, he would suffer some losses. The losses seemed small, but in fact, to him, they were immeasurable. "You're dead." The black-clothed martial artist's face was ferocious as he laughed eerily. He was full of confidence because he was the insect demon, the master of the world-devouring insects. Buzz! The world-devouring insects instantly bound the sword light. In the blink of an eye, a powerful corrosive force appeared. Crack! The sword light, which was so powerful that it made people tremble, was instantly shattered. This is, on the rostrum, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan was also a little stunned. Could these be the legendary world-devouring insects? Ancient God, she long cried out. He had also read about the legends of the world-devouring insects in ancient texts. World-devouring insects. Pavilion Master Dark Wind grimaced. The experts all stared at the world-devouring bug. Only the Lin family patriarch remained unperturbed. In the distant horizon, The Hand of Despair and the Dragon Controller stood in front and behind, looking down at Shillong City. World-devouring insects. Seeing this, the Hand of Despair was slightly startled and said. Chapter 2767. Wow. The appearance of the world-devouring bugs shocked everyone. A star ancient realm ancient god could actually control the world-devouring bugs. It was too terrifying. In ancient times, before the Battle of Gods, the world-devouring bugs had multiplied to a peak. In that era, as long as there were world-devouring bugs, almost no humans dared to step foot in. This was because the world-devouring bugs were too powerful after they grew to their peak. They were called world-devouring bugs because they could devour barriers. Imagine a powerful barrier like the bloodline barrier, which was a level higher than the despair continent. However, in the face of the world-devouring bugs, it could not resist at all. At that time, human experts had joined forces to suppress the world-devouring bugs, but without exception, they all failed. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. At that time, the world-devouring bugs were tyrannical and unscrupulous. Everywhere they went, people were plunged into misery and suffering. However, after the Battle of Gods broke out, the world-devouring bugs were also involved and suffered heavy casualties. After the Battle of Gods ended, the primordial chaos experienced a great upheaval and the world-devouring bugs gradually disappeared from people's sight. Who would have thought that after so many years, the world-devouring bug would appear once again? However, many high-level experts were still relatively calm because the world-devouring bugs in front of them were still immature and were not very destructive. Sword of Heaven and Earth. No one knew the destructive power of the world-devouring bugs better than Fang Chen. He faced the world-devouring bugs head-on and felt great pressure. He did not hesitate to use the Sword of Heaven and Earth. The dazzling sword light merged into heaven and earth and then turned into countless small sword lights. Each sword light pierced the world-devouring bugs at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang bang bang. However, to Tianshu Yuan's disappointment, Fang Chen's exquisite sword technique could not break the world-devouring bug's defense. My world-devouring bug's defense is invincible. You want to break it? Dream on. The insect demon took a step forward and stood in the void, looking down at Fang Chen. At the same time, his hands formed a complicated seal to control the world-devouring bugs. A buzzing sound came from the void. Some weaker martial artists held their heads with both hands and fell to the ground in pain, screaming miserably. The sound of the world-devouring bugs targeted the primordial spirits of martial artists. Dong. Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled. The aura of the Soul Tao permeated the air and wrapped around him perfectly. As early as 30,000 years ago, Fang Chen cultivated the soul spirit art, and his primordial spirit had already reached the mid-stage of the King realm. After 30,000 years of bitter cultivation in the bloodline barrier, his soul spirit art had been completely cultivated to perfection. His primordial spirit had also reached the terrifying late King stage. Therefore, the sound emitted by the world-devouring bug was unable to affect his primordial spirit. World-devouring bug, devour heaven and earth. The insect demon shouted in a low voice. His hands formed a complicated seal that was extremely mysterious. In the next moment, the densely packed world-devouring bugs in the sky madly rushed toward Fang Chen. Boundless devouring power surged out from their bodies. Wherever they passed, the heavenly energy would be sucked dry. Is his defense invincible? Fang Chen murmured. If even the Sword of Heaven and Earth could not defeat it, then he could only use his final trump card. On the main stage. Although these two are only at the Star Ancient Realm, their fighting prowess is comparable to the Life Ancient Realm. They are rare talents, Ancient God Shillong said. The Fu family head's expression was somewhat solemn. The fighting prowess displayed by Fang Chen and the insect demon had shocked him too much. Even the strongest prodigy of the Fu family, Fu Jin, was inferior. Thinking of this, the Fu family head sighed inwardly. He only hoped that the battle on the martial arts stage would end in mutual destruction. Only then would Fu Jin have a chance to win. The pavilion master of the Dark Wind Pavilion and the Fu family head felt the same way. Ting Fang's strength was below Fu Jin's. It was even more impossible for him to withstand the attacks of the two. The Tianshu Yuan chief, who was originally full of confidence, was also somewhat worried at this moment. Can he withstand it? The Tianshu Yuan chief thought to himself. Those were the world-devouring bugs. The slightest carelessness could cause one's body and soul to be destroyed. The Lin family head's face was filled with a gloating expression. Humph, no matter how strong you are, you will undoubtedly die under the world-devouring bugs. After the insect demon released the world-devouring bugs, the Lin family head seemed to have seen the Tianshu Yuan seeding 3 cities for the Lin family to use. He even saw the Tianshu Yuan collapse because of this setback. The Lin family would take advantage of the situation and become the most powerful force on the continent of despair. Can Brother Tianshu withstand it? Lord Mental Demon and the others were extremely anxious. The one-armed Fu Huan's face was pale. He prayed for Fang Chen in his heart. In short, everyone's eyes were attracted by the battle between the two. This battle was destined to have only one winner. Since that's the case, let me be the victor. After 30,000 years of cultivation in the bloodline barrier, Fang Chen's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was almost invincible in the same realm. The insect demon was the most powerful martial artist he had ever encountered in the same realm. The world-devouring bugs were very strong. In the eyes of outsiders, he was almost unstoppable. Even the insectoid demon was ready to welcome victory. Boom! Fang Chen's body surged with an unparalleled sword qi that caused everyone to tremble. Then, he gently raised his palm, and the star-hidden sword drew a strange and crafty line. Unparalleled Sword Dao, Chaotic Origin Sword. This was the 3rd sword of the Unparalleled Sword Dao. It was also the newest move that Fang Chen comprehended after 30,000 years of cultivation in the bloodline barrier. This move was perfectly combined with the Chaotic Origin sword body, forming a powerful sword move that could switch between offense and defense. Sila. When he executed the Chaotic Origin sword, the Chaotic Origin sword body was also pushed to the limit. The terrifying Chaotic Origin aura was perfectly combined with the Hidden Star sword. The aura around Fang Chen's body kept rising. The energy of the Chaotic Origin sword body was poured into the Hidden Star sword. Stunning. Shocking. When Fang Chen executed the Chaotic Origin sword, these 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. It was simply too shocking. There was actually such a powerful sword technique in the world. This lad is not simple. On the rostrum, everyone had a solemn expression as they stared at Fang Chen. On the square below, many disciples were staring with their eyes wide open. They stood there in a daze. Only Fang Chen faced the wind and slashed out with his sword. The Hidden Star sword erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It's useless. Even though the insect demon could feel how powerful Fang Chen's sword technique was, he was still fearless. He charged forward bravely towards Fang Chen. In front of the world-devouring insects, everything is futile. Hoo. The world-devouring insects were even faster. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Fang Chen and clashed with the Hidden Star sword. Catcher. Under everyone's gaze, the Hidden Star sword cleaved apart the body of the world-devouring insects. Dong. The world-devouring insects turned into ashes. Following that, Fang Chen was like a demonic god descending. He held the Hidden Star sword and charged into the swarm of world-devouring insects. Sila. The power of the Chaotic Origin sword was too strong. Fang Chen could kill early-stage life ancient realm ancient gods with this sword technique. No matter how strong the defense of the world-devouring insects was, they couldn't withstand it. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had destroyed more than 10 world-devouring insects. This scene made the insect demon grit his teeth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could his sword technique be so powerful? The insect demon gritted his teeth and roared in anger. At the same time, he gathered the remaining world-devouring insects and launched an all-out attack on Fang Chen. Chaotic Origin Sword. Fang Chen executed the Chaotic Origin Sword once again. The sword body and sword technique were perfectly integrated, and his attack power reached its peak. Xiu. The Hidden Star sword expanded and turned into a huge sword. It fell from the sky and slashed at the swarm of world-devouring insects with a vast power. Catcher. One by one, the world-devouring insects were destroyed by the hidden star sword. It was unstoppable. It was simply unstoppable. The expressions of the people on the rostrum kept changing. How is this possible? The clan head of the Lin clan shouted in disbelief. A star ancient realm cultivator could destroy the world-devouring insects. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Amazing. Tianshu Yuan Elder gave a thumbs up inwardly. The profoundness of Fang Chen's sword technique had surprised him. Within the void cloud layer, watching quietly as Fang Chen executed the chaotic origin sword to kill the world-devouring insects, Despair Hand narrowed his eyes. He was getting more and more interested in Fang Chen. Who would have thought that we would have such a harvest this time? Despair Hand said, the world-devouring insects are already rare, but this sword-wielding fella makes me even more excited. This lad's sword technique is extremely profound. I wonder if Master can see some clues. Dragon Controller asked. When Fang Chen executed the chaotic origin sword, the two of them knew the final result. Chapter 2768. The densely packed world-devouring insects rapidly died under Fang Chen's chaotic origin sword. No. The insect demon was unwilling to give up. He roared furiously, but under Fang Chen's sharp sword technique, he could not resist at all. The world-devouring insects were his foundation. Once they were destroyed by Fang Chen, he would fall into eternal damnation. Hence, he had to protect the world-devouring insects at all costs. Damn you! The insect demon frantically punched out with his iron fists, wanting to disturb Fang Chen. But he was wrong. The chaotic origin sword was too powerful and could not be blocked at all. Poochie. The insect demon's body was pierced by the hidden star sword, nearly dying. With a pang, the insect demon's body flew out and smashed onto the ground. Fang Chen glanced at the heavily injured insect demon and sneered. He continued to wave the hidden star sword to kill the world-devouring insects. In the sky, the Hand of Despair who had been watching the battle finally could not bear it anymore. The world-devouring insects are also good stuff. The Hand of Despair sighed. The Dragon Controller's body trembled when he heard that. He waved his palm, causing a crack to appear in the void. He slowly walked out from it. Enough. The Dragon Controller's voice rumbled, causing everyone to bend forward and backward. The Dragon Controller flicked his finger, causing a resplendent finger light to appear in front of the world-devouring insects, protecting the remaining insects. Catcher. The hidden star sword clashed with the finger light, creating a metallic sound. Dong. A vast aura erupted. Fang Chen took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared at the Dragon Controller who appeared out of nowhere. The world-devouring insects are good stuff. It's a pity to kill them. The Dragon Controller did not care about everyone's shocked gaze. He waved his sleeve and kept all the remaining world-devouring insects. Poochie. Seeing that, the heavily injured insect demon spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. On the rostrum, when the experts saw the Dragon Controller, they immediately thought of the Hand of Despair. Could it be that the Hand of Despair was watching in the dark? Not bad. The Dragon Controller nodded at Fang Chen and praised him. At the same time, he glanced at the head of the Lin family and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "No." The head of the Lin family said with a hollow laugh. What kind of joke was this? Everyone knew that the Hand of Despair was behind the Dragon Tamer. That was the strongest overlord of the entire Despair continent. No one was allowed to disobey the will of Despair Hand. If not, then let's continue. With a leap, the Dragon Controller returned to the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. For a moment, the crowd was discussing in low voices. The Lin family's clan leader and the others were filled with helplessness. No one could resist the temptation of the world-devouring bug. However, he could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Controller took them away. Who else? After defeating the insect demon, Fang Chen's reputation reached its peak. Holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, he stood on the martial arts stage and asked. The huge square was dead silent. No one was willing to make a move. An expert like the insect demon, who had even released the world-devouring bug, was still not a match for Fang Chen. In their minds, Fang Chen's shocking sword move was faintly reverberating. It was too powerful. So far, it was the most dazzling sword move. "I'll fight with you." The one who spoke was Ting Fang of the Dark Wind Pavilion. After coming to the martial arts stage, he cupped his fists at Fang Chen and said, "Although I know that I'm not as strong as Brother Tian Shu, after seeing Brother Tian Shu's exquisite sword technique, I can't help but feel the itch to spar with you." "Sure." Fang Chen nodded. If someone respected him, he would respect him tenfold. Ting Fang did not have any ill intentions towards him. He just wanted to spar with him. Hence, he did not display the chaotic origin sword. Xiu. The sword of heaven and earth was displayed. A resplendent sword light fused with the world and rapidly transformed. Ding ding ding. Even though Ting Fang was prepared and displayed the killing move of the Dark Wind Pavilion, he was still defeated in the end. His body continuously retreated before finally stabilizing at the edge of the martial arts stage. Brother Tian Shu's sword technique is unparalleled. This Ting admits defeat. Finishing his words, Ting Fang leaped and returned to the Dark Wind Pavilion region. Fu Jin of the Fu clan had burning eyes. His entire body was brimming with battle intent, but he did not make a move. It's still not the time to fight with him. Fu Jin of the Fu clan pondered. He would wait until the finals to battle with Tian Shu. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. After Ting Fang's defeat, no one dared to challenge him. In the end, after a discussion between the elders in charge of the Dao discussion, Fang Chen directly advanced to the next round. Even though the following matches were still very exciting, the shock Tian Shu left in everyone's heart could not be any greater. Before night fell, the first round of the competition had ended. Some cultivators might have lost 1 or 2 matches, but they won 10 matches and successfully advanced to the next round. In the end, a total of 31 people advanced. From this point, one could see the cruelty of the competition. The last person to go up the stage was a plainclothed male. Fang Chen observed every match seriously. Every time he defeated his opponent, it gave people the feeling that he won by luck. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the plainclothed male was also a strong opponent. He even felt that he was no weaker than Insect Demon. On the other hand, Insect Demon was the strongest prodigy of the Lin clan and the most popular candidate to win the championship. Unexpectedly, he encountered a strong opponent in the first round and was seriously injured to the point of passing out. As a result, he was directly eliminated. This also made the face of the Lin clan's patriarch extremely gloomy. He did not even wait for the competition to end before leaving Dragon City. The main purpose of this Dao discussion was to stop Tianshu Yuan. But now, the strongest prodigy, Insect Demon, had been defeated. What was the point of staying? As night fell, Fu Huan came to Fang Chen's courtyard with the help of Lord Mental Demon. "Thank you, Brother Tianshu." Fu Huan bowed slightly and thanked Fang Chen solemnly. Fang Chen shook his head. "Even if it weren't for you, I would have fought Insect Demon sooner or later. In any case, if it weren't for Brother Tianshu, I don't know when I would have gotten my revenge." Fu Huan was very grateful to Fang Chen. "Brother Tianshu, with your strength, no one among the many disciples of the Dao discussion is your opponent, right?" Lord Mental Demon laughed. "Even the world-devouring bug couldn't resist your attack. I really can't think of anyone who can." Fu Jin of the Fu family? Obviously not. He was not as strong as Insect Demon, so how could he resist Tianshu? Speaking of this, Fang Chen recalled the plainclothed male who did not reveal his strength. "There are hidden masters in this Dao discussion," Fang Chen said lightly. "Hidden masters? How strong can they be?" Rip. As soon as Lord Mental Demon's voice fell, his and Fu Huan's bodies were suddenly imprisoned and then wrapped in a grey mist. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he stood up, he saw 2 figures coming. One of them was the dragon controller who took away the world-devouring bug during the day. The dragon controller was surrounded by a golden dragon, and his aura was shaking. The black-clothed man beside him was slightly strange. "What's going on?" Fang Chen frowned and looked at the man warily. "Tianshu, this is my master, the Hand of Despair," the dragon controller said. Hearing this, Fang Chen exclaimed. Since he came to Tianshu Yuan, He had been hearing the legend of the Hand of Despair. He didn't expect to see him in person. Junior Tianshu greets Lord Hand of Despair, Fang Chen said respectfully. He was the master of the Despair continent. Even the master of the Lin family and the mayor of Tianshu Yuan were no match for him. I watched the battle during the day. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, but I have never heard of such a special sword principle like yours in the world, the Hand of Despair said with a gentle smile. I sensed an invincible confidence in your sword Dao. I've sensed this confidence from many peerless experts before, the Hand of Despair continued. Fang Chen was shocked. He could feel the invincible confidence just by looking at him. This Hand of Despair was indeed worthy of his reputation. What is your sword principle? Who did you inherit it from? The Hand of Despair asked. Fang Chen thought for a while and said, Junior's swordsmanship was accidentally obtained in an ancient relic. As for what sword principle it is, I am not too sure. Fang Chen lied. His strength was amazing enough. If the Hand of Despair knew that he had created the invincible sword principle and the chaotic origin sword, what would he do? Oh! Hearing this, the Hand of Despair fell into deep thought. Chapter 2769. After the Dragon Controller and the Hand of Despair left, Fang Chen pondered. Were they just here because they thought highly of him? Why did he see a trace of savagery in their eyes? The Hand of Despair hid it well, but the Dragon Controller was different. I can't leave with them, Fang Chen screamed in his heart. That night, Fang Chen told the governor of Tianshu Yuan about this matter. The latter's face darkened after hearing the news. After the cultivation debate, I will take you back to Tianshu Yuan immediately. The governor of Tianshu Yuan said. Although Fang Chen didn't know what the governor of Tianshu Yuan meant, he still nodded. The next day, the competition continued. After a night of rest, everyone's complexion became much better. Especially Fu Jin from the Fu family in the southwest. He was eager to try. He seemed to be confident that he could fight Fang Chen. The second round of the competition was simple. It was a 2-on-1 battle. Those who lost would be eliminated directly until the final winner was determined. Unfortunately, Fang Chen was the first contestant to go on the stage. On the martial arts platform, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, waiting silently. Drip. Time ticked by. It seemed that no one wanted to fight Fang Chen. After a long while, still no one went on the martial arts platform. A smile appeared on the governor of Tianshu Yuan's face. Yesterday's battle had shocked everyone. They didn't have the courage to challenge Fang Chen. Rip. Perhaps it was because of the dead silence in the square, but suddenly, footsteps were heard. Then, the void distorted, and cracks appeared. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Jin from the Fu family jumped onto the stage. Tianshu, I challenge you. Fu Jin's voice spread throughout the square. Suddenly, everyone in the square cheered. After such a long time, someone finally dared to challenge Tianshu. This was destined to be a showdown. Fu Jin dares to challenge Tianshu. Does he have a trump card? Maybe Fu Jin really does have a trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so stupid to challenge Fang Chen. Let's keep watching and we'll know. A commotion broke out as the gazes of the crowd landed on Fu Jin. On the rostrum, the head of the Fu family in the southwest stroked his beard with a smile on his face. He seemed to be very confident in Fu Jin. You are no match for me. Fang Chen said calmly. If it was yesterday, I, Fu Jin, wouldn't have the guts to challenge you. However, things are different now. I, Fu Jin, am destined to become the most outstanding genius in the Despair mainland. As for you, you are the tiger that stands in my way. After saying that, Fu Jin slowly took out something from his bosom. As soon as this thing came out, it exploded with a bloody aura. What's that? Oh my god, isn't that the Fu family's legendary mind fixation pearl? The legend is true. The Fu clan really does have the mind-calming pearl. The square was in an uproar. Everyone on the rostrum also widened their eyes. However, when they saw it clearly, they were somewhat disappointed. Knockoff mind fixation pearl. H. A knockoff mind fixation pearl is enough to deal with Tianshu. The head of the Fu family snorted. The real mind fixation pearl was a legendary treasure. It was lost in the Battle of the Gods in the Antiquity Age and was never found again. The mind fixation pearl in Fu Jin's hand was just a replica of the mind fixation pearl. Boom! Fu Jin didn't waste any time. He exerted force in his palm and completely activated the mind fixation pearl. A mighty soul Dao energy surged out from the mind fixation pearl and quickly enveloped Fang Chen. A soul Dao attack. Fang Chen murmured. Immediately, he fully activated his late king-level primordial spirit. At the same time, the soul spiritual art was operating at high speed in his mind. Hiss! The mind fixation pearl was very powerful. Fang Chen's primordial spirit could barely resist it. Although your mind fixation pearl is very strong, can it block one of my attacks? After saying that, Fang Chen displayed the chaotic origin sword. Xiu! A dazzling sword light surged out and violently collided with the mind fixation pearl. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. This strike would determine the final outcome. Would Dub's sword technique be able to shatter the mind fixation pearl's attack? It's useless. I've studied your sword technique. Even though it's powerful, it has certain limitations. Fu Jin grinned. He controlled the mind fixation pearl and launched an even more powerful attack. Is that so? Fang Chen said. The hidden star sword revolved in the void. The power of the chaotic origin sword was completely unleashed. The smile on Fu Jin's face disappeared abruptly and was replaced by a gloomy expression. Damn it! Fu Jin cursed. He activated the Fu clan's bloodline power and fused it with the mind fixation pearl to unleash a powerful attack. It's useless. Everything is nothing under my sword technique. Someone once said that all schemes and tricks were useless in front of great strength. Now, Fang Chen was like that. He once again displayed the power of the chaotic origin sword to the world. The hidden star sword carried an unparalleled sword chi. It easily pierced through the mind fixation pearl like cutting through tofu. Catcher! With a boom, the mind fixation pearl broke apart. Fragments flew all over the sky. Fu Jin's body was struck by lightning and smashed to the ground. Who? The square was filled with cheers. Everyone was shouting Dub's name to their heart's content. Too powerful. Dub once again demonstrated what a sword cultivator was, what a sword Dao was, and what a sword technique was. His sword Dao was unheard of and unseen. As for his swordsmanship, it was extremely mysterious and incomparably profound. With just one sword, he destroyed the mind fixation pearl. Even life-ancient realm experts would find such a technique to be a mistake. On the rostrum, everyone was moved. Only the Fu clan head had a gloomy expression. He was displeased. In the sky, Despair Hand and Dragon Controller were carefully sizing up Fang Chen as if he was a treasure. Wonderful. Despair Hand liked Fang Chen more and more. This brat's potential far exceeded his own at the same level. If he could absorb his strength, his divine technique would definitely rise to a new level. Invincible physical body, unparalleled sword technique, and powerful primordial spirit. In the crowd, the linen-clothed man looked at Fang Chen and muttered to himself, I didn't expect to meet such a monstrous genius when I came out of seclusion. Fang Chen's strength had completely shocked the linen-clothed man. What a pity. I thought I could sweep across the despair continent this time. Who would have thought that a Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway? When the linen-clothed man said this, he had already given up on challenging Fang Chen. He didn't think his strength could withstand Fang Chen's profound sword technique. It's not a bad choice to be friends with such a hero. The linen-clothed man grinned. In the second round of the competition, Fang Chen left everyone in the dust. No one was his match, and his momentum was like a rainbow. After this round of competition, his popularity had soared to the peak, and he was the center of attention. At night, Dub Mansion, in an elegant courtyard. Fang Chen and the linen-clothed man sat on a stone bench, looking at each other. My name is Bu Tian. The linen-clothed man took the initiative to extend his hand and introduced himself. Fang Chen had never heard of this name. He guessed that this person wasn't from the Despair Continent. I've seen Brother Dub's battle in the previous 2 rounds. You're really powerful. I, Bu Tian, admire you. Bu Tian said, your sword technique is unparalleled. Brother Dub deserves the title of the strongest genius in the Despair continent. Fang Chen shrugged. He had already noticed Bu Tian. The latter looked ordinary but was actually very strong. You came to find me just to be friends with me? Fang Chen asked. That's right. After seeing Brother Dub's battle, I was shocked. I, Bu Tian, would like to be friends with Brother Dub. Of course, it's our first meeting. If I make such a request, Brother Dub will inevitably be suspicious. Bu Tian said, I've brought a generous gift for Brother Dub this time. Please take a look. As he spoke, Bu Tian took out a jade box from his chest. Fang Chen took the jade box, glanced at Bu Tian, and then gently opened it. The jade box's material was very special. After opening it, Fang Chen was stunned. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He was tongue-tied. Supreme ancestral eyes. He almost cried out. He didn't expect Bu Tian to give him the supreme ancestral eyes. This pair of supreme ancestral eyes came from the insect demon. Since I want to be friends with Brother Dub, I can't be stingy with my gift. I killed the insect demon while I was at it, Bu Tian said with a smile. While he was shocked, Fang Chen also had a new understanding of Bu Tian. After digging out the supreme ancestral eyes, it could be preserved in perfect condition. This jade box was probably not simple. And Bu Tian could casually take it out. This person's identity was really thought-provoking. Chapter 2770. The supreme ancestral eye of the Lin family's insect demon was actually dug out by this mysterious guy. What shocked Fang Chen even more was that he was actually able to preserve the supreme ancestral eye without any damage. It was simply unbelievable. No one knew more about the supreme ancestral eye than Fang Chen. The supreme ancestral eye was a special existence. Once it left a martial artist's body, it would quickly lose all its power and become an ordinary eye. Brother Tianshu. Bu Tian called out softly, pulling Fang Chen back from his shock. Fang Chen closed the jade box and stared at Bu Tian. Who are you? Bu Tian shrugged. I'm Bu Tian, just a loose martial artist. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. He put away the jade box and cupped his hands towards Bu Tian. I'll accept your gift. I, Tianshu, owe you a favor. Bu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. I've said it before. I sincerely want to be friends with Brother Tianshu. This is just a greeting gift. Fang Chen still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Bu Tian. Under the dark night sky, Fang Chen stared at Bu Tian's departing figure in a daze. He sighed in his heart. Bu Tian knew about the supreme ancestral eye and gave it to him without any reluctance. Is it really just to be friends with me? Fang Chen pondered. After a while, Fang Chen shook his head and threw away all his messy thoughts. Forget it. Since he has given me such a valuable gift, I can't measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean heart. He adjusted his state of mind and took out the jade box again. Buzz. He activated the supreme ancestral eye and emitted the power of the ancestral eye, completely enveloping the jade box. In an instant, the supreme ancestral eye in the jade box resonated and emitted a vast aura. It floated on its own. Whoosh. When the supreme ancestral eye left the jade box, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the power inside the ancestral eye was rapidly dissipating. The appearance of the supreme ancestral eye was also gradually declining. This shocking discovery caused Fang Chen's heart to tremble. Absorb it quickly. He soon made up his mind and unleashed the full potential of his ancestral eyes. The raging power of the ancestral eye wrapped around the supreme ancestral eye of the insect demon and rapidly absorbed the power within. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had completely absorbed the power within the supreme ancestral eye of the insect demon. Crack. Without the support of energy, the ancestral eye of the utmost being dissipated instantly. At the same time, Fang Chen's eyes emitted a silver luster, and a vast power shook violently. After a long while, his eyes gradually regained their calm. At this moment, wherever Fang Chen's gaze passed, the heavens and earth changed color. Fang Chen could even clearly see the heavenly Tao's operating rules in the air. The supreme ancestral eye has improved tremendously. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. When the Supreme Ancestral Eye evolved to the extreme, it could comprehend the supreme laws. However, for countless years, no one had succeeded because this path was simply too difficult. After absorbing the power of the insect demon's ancestral eye, Fang Chen's Supreme Ancestral Eye evolved a little. Now that I'm fully activating the Supreme Ancestral Eye, the power released is enough to trap an ancient god of the life-ancient realm, Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the jade box again. What is this jade box made of? It's so powerful, but the Supreme Ancestral Eye is rapidly declining after leaving it. Fang Chen was surprised. He really couldn't figure out what the jade box was made of. Whatever, I can be sure that the jade box is made of a very special material and is very precious. Fang Chen put the jade box into his Sumeru ring. He was trying to figure out what Bu Tian meant. At this point in the Dao debate, it was almost certain that the champion would be Dub. However, guesses were guesses. In the end, they still had to abide by the rules and continue with the competition. In the second round, Fang Chen left everyone in the dust, using absolute strength to defeat the soul-fixing pearl of the Fu family of the Southwest, shocking the world. Many of the martial artists were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was acknowledged by everyone. Even the patriarch of the Southwest Fu family sighed. As for ancient god Shilong, his eyes blazed. He hadn't encountered such an outstanding genius in a long time, and a faint desire to take him in as a disciple grew in his heart. In the third round, no one dared to challenge Fang Chen, and he successfully advanced to the next round. In just one morning, the third round of the competition was over. To Fang Chen's surprise, Bu Tian withdrew from the competition. Although others didn't know, Fang Chen knew very well that although Bu Tian's strength was inferior to his, he was still much stronger than Fu Jin and the others. Before Bu Tian left, he gave Fang Chen a meaningful glance before finally disappearing into the sea of spectators. 3 days later, the finals were held as scheduled. However, before the competition began, the opponents admitted defeat. Many of the martial artists wanted to see more. They were eager to see Tian Shu fight again. Unfortunately, there was no other way. At this point, Tian Shu became the strongest genius in the path debate. Because of his outstanding performance, he directly boosted the overall results of Tianshu Yuan. In the end, Tianshu Yuan was allocated a city. Although this city was not to be underestimated, it was the addition of a blood fiend. The entire Tianshu Yuan was extremely excited. Congratulations, Tianshu. The patriarch of the Fu family and the others stood up one after another and congratulated Fang Chen with cupped fists. Fang Chen also nodded to the experts one by one in response. Whoosh! At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky, and a loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the crack in the void. They didn't need to think to know that it was the leader of the Blood Fiends, the Dragon Controller. As expected, the Dragon Controller surrounded by a golden dragon appeared. But this time, there was another person behind him. When the patriarch of Tianshu Yuan and the others saw the person behind the Dragon Controller, their pupils constricted. That's the Hand of Despair? Several others hurried forward and greeted the Hand of Despair. Lord Hand of Despair, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Haha, I didn't expect that the path debate would also attract the Lord Hand of Despair. Lord, please take a seat. After hearing the voices of the experts on the rostrum, the entire square was in an uproar. The elusive Hand of Despair, the ruler of the continent of despair, had actually appeared. Is he the Hand of Despair? The ruler who claimed to have opened up the continent of despair? He's too strong. The aura emanating from him makes me feel oppressed. Many people admired the reputation of the Hand of Despair, and their eyes were filled with passion. The Hand of Despair nodded slightly, but his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Have you thought about it? The Hand of Despair's words puzzled everyone. What was there to think about? Was the Hand of Despair going to accept Fang Chen as his disciple? Only the patriarch of Tianshu Yuan looked worried. It's my honor to be able to follow you, Lord, but, Fang Chen said, I still have some worldly affairs to deal with. Otherwise, I will be worried. Please allow me to return to Qianshu Yuan to deal with my own affairs.
How dare you?
The dragon controller reprimanded. My master took you away because he thinks highly of you. What right do you have to bargain with him? Lord, Qianshu is still young and doesn't know much. I apologize on behalf of Qianshu Yuan. The patriarch of Qianshu Yuan hurriedly stood up. They must not provoke the hand of despair. Otherwise, Qianshu Yuan would suffer because of it. The hand of despair's expression changed. He was obviously unhappy. The dragon controller knew very well that his master was angry. Qianshu, you only have two choices now. Leave with your master, or die. The dragon controller's voice spread. Countless people stared at this scene with wide eyes. For a moment, the square was extremely tense. Everyone in Qianshu Yuan was worried about Fang Chen's situation. Fang Chen looked directly at the hand of despair, thinking quickly in his mind. The strength of the hand of despair is much stronger than that of the patriarch of Qianshu Yuan. I have no power to fight back in front of him. Fang Chen thought to himself. Even if he fully activated the space-time escape technique and created thousands of phantoms, it would be impossible for him to escape from the hand of despair. What should I do? Fang Chen was a little anxious. At this moment, the patriarch of Qianshu Yuan spoke. Lord, please allow Qianshu to return to the sect to deal with external affairs. Patriarch of Qianshu Yuan, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? The dragon controller scolded. Chapter 2771. The mountain was not a mountain and the water was not water. The highest realm of martial arts was none other than being illusory. From the outside, a mysterious place looked like a bubble that would burst with a single poke. However, there were a few shocking experts gathered here. They sat on the green stones and looked at the water screen in the void with varying expressions. This guy is in trouble. Should we make a move? Perfected Lord Fire Demon was the first to lose his cool. He looked around at the other old men and asked. Although he passed the Bloodline King's test and became one of the candidates, it doesn't mean that we don't have to do anything. If anything happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences, the disheveled old man said. That's right. I agree with the disheveled old man. Let's wait and see. But, the perfected Lord Fire Demon was a little anxious. If Fang Chen died, what would happen to the descendants of his flame tribe? That was the only descendant with a fire seed. Once he died, it would be a huge loss. Perfected Lord Fire Demon, don't be anxious. Things might change. The disheveled old man glanced at the perfected Lord Fire Demon and comforted. The Bloodline King must be paying attention to this matter. What can a mere ruler of the Despair Continent do? Despair Continent, Dragon City. Everyone's gaze was on the hand of despair. Although he did not speak, he formed a strong aura just by standing there. Furthermore, his attitude was clear. He wanted Fang Chen to choose one of the two. He was the ruler of the Despair Continent and no one could go against his will. The dragon tamer knew the temper of the hand of despair and reprimanded Fang Chen continuously. He even scolded the mayor of Qianshu Yuan who spoke up for the latter. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. The dragon tamer and the hand of despair were forcing him to leave with them. This confirmed his guess that they must have some unspeakable secret. I can't go with them. He had too many secrets. If the hand of despair were to discover them, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if he rejected them in front of everyone, the hand of despair would definitely attack in anger. Just as Fang Chen was feeling conflicted and hesitant, the clear sky suddenly darkened. The pitch-black clouds covered the entire sky, and thunder rumbled from the sky. Many thick lightning dragons swam in the dark clouds, and an oppressive aura spread out. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The hand of despair raised his head and looked at the sky indifferently. Stop acting all mysterious. The hand of despair said in disdain. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast amount of energy burst out and struck one of the lightning dragons. Crack! The lightning dragon shattered, and the dark clouds dispersed. Despair! In the sky, an aged voice slowly sounded. For my sake, how about letting this junior go? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Who was it that dared to negotiate with the hand of despair? The distressed chief of Qianshu Yuan was extremely excited when he saw this. Now that the old ancestor had appeared, the hand of despair probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. What? You've been holed up in Qianshu Yuan all these years. Are you finally willing to come out? The hand of despair said disdainfully with a touch of indifference on his face. Only then did everyone realize that the mysterious powerhouse hiding in the sky was actually the old ancestor of Qianshu Yuan. The legend is true. There is an unparalleled powerhouse in Qianshu Yuan. It seems that Qianshu Yuan values Qianshu a lot. Even the old ancestor who hasn't appeared for a long time has appeared. This is going to be a good show. The old ancestor of Qianshu Yuan is a powerhouse on the same level as the Hand of Despair. No one had expected that a confrontation between two powerhouses would occur just because of Qianshu. The patriarch of the Fu family, the pavilion master of the Dark Wind Pavilion, and ancient god Shilong looked at the sky with burning eyes. The dark clouds dissipated, and a phantom appeared in the sky. "Despair, I don't want to be your enemy," the phantom said. "Then don't ruin my business." With that, the Hand of Despair waved his sleeve, and a vast amount of energy condensed into a powerful arrow and shot out. Whoosh! The powerful arrow pierced the phantom. "Ha ha!" The phantom chuckled. "You want to force me to retreat with this little trick?" In an instant, the phantom and the Hand of Despair fought fiercely. A powerful light curtain covered the ground in the sky, blocking everyone's eyes. "Master is the strongest." The dragon controller clenched his fists, and his blood boiled. Fang Chen stared blankly at this scene, somewhat in disbelief. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The whole ground seemed to be shaking. The light curtain dissipated, and the Hand of Despair reappeared. He stared at the phantom in the sky. "This time, I'll give you face." After that, the Hand of Despair disappeared. The dragon controller was stunned for a moment, but he also disappeared. "Let's go." The phantom sent a message to the patriarch of Qianshu Yuan, and the latter quickly left Shilong City with the disciples of Qianshu Yuan. The powerful pressure above Shilong City didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone's hearts trembled as they were dumbfounded. In front of the thatched hut on Despair Peak, "Master," the dragon controller asked in a low voice, "that old bastard of Qianshu Yuan is no match for you." "Why?" The Hand of Despair shook his head gently. His dark eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "Even a dog will jump over a wall when it's desperate, let alone a man. That old bastard is determined to protect Qianshu. If I force my hand, I'll definitely suffer a crazy counterattack." The Hand of Despair said, "Although I'm not afraid of him, if he fights me to the death, I'll definitely be injured. The loss outweighs the gain. Then, it doesn't matter. That old bastard is already injured. This time, he was forced by me to use his full strength. His old injuries have relapsed, and he won't be able to hold on for long," the Hand of Despair said coldly. The dragon controller nodded. "After that old bastard is dead, I'll go and uproot Qianshu Yuan." When Qianshu Yuan and the Hand of Despair went against each other, there was no need for them to exist. Qianshu Yuan, Back Mountain Forbidden Area. "This time, I've offended the Hand of Despair. He won't let it go." The chief of Qianshu Yuan thought to himself. He hurriedly took Fang Chen to the Back Mountain Forbidden Area, where the ancestor was cultivating in seclusion. "Ancestor." As soon as the voice fell, the branches wrapped around the entrance of the cave all dispersed. With a creak, the cave opened, and light shone in all directions. "Go in." The chief of Qianshu Yuan said and stepped into the cave. Fang Chen followed. The cave was very simple. At first glance, there was only a thin old man sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was shining with a dazzling light. Was he the one who blocked the Hand of Despair? Fang Chen murmured. The thin old man didn't open his eyes. He opened his mouth and spoke faintly. "The strength of the Hand of Despair is much stronger than I thought. This time, my old injuries have relapsed. If he comes again, I won't be able to resist." The thin old man said directly, "So, the plan has been launched in advance." "Yes, ancestor." The chief of Qianshu Yuan turned to look at Fang Chen and explained the matter of the Dead Star boundary. "This is a serious matter. In order to prevent the hand of despair from attacking, we are preparing to send you into the Dead Star Boundary, the chief of Qianshu Yuan said. Dead Star Boundary? Fang Chen was a little surprised. You have been to the bloodline boundary, so you should have some understanding of boundaries. The Dead Star Boundary is a kind of boundary, but it is much stronger than the bloodline boundary. The chief of Qianshu Yuan said, the Dead Star Boundary is very special. This is the heaven of the ancient gods. Anyone who enters the Dead Star Boundary is an ancient god warrior. Here, the ancient gods can obtain the strongest tempering. The Dead Star Boundary doesn't accept people easily, but the Dead Star Boundary Master once owed the ancestor a favor. The ancestor is prepared to use this favor to exchange for a spot to enter the Dead Star Boundary for you. At first, Fang Chen didn't feel anything. But when he heard that Jiyu Qianhua of the Jiyu family and Lin Qian of the Lin family had also entered the Dead Star Boundary and obtained the title of Dead Star, his heart began to move. Even with the strength of the Hand of Despair, it is impossible for them to break into the Dead Star Boundary. You can enter it and cultivate safely. But it will be difficult to come out unless you obtain the title of Dead Star, the chief of Qianshu Yuan said. Time is a little tight. I won't explain the details of the Dead Star Boundary to you. Let's begin now. Any second could bring about unbearable consequences. Fang Chen was the hope of Qianshu Yuan's future. As long as he was alive, Qianshu Yuan would continue to exist. Chapter 2772. End Star Boundary was a boundary created by the End Star Boundary Master. It was much stronger than the Bloodline Boundary. Of course, this didn't mean that the End Star Boundary Master was stronger than the Bloodline King. The Bloodline Boundary created by the Bloodline King was just a casual creation. It wasn't much at all. The End Star Boundary was created by the End Star Boundary Master with his life's work. It was of a very high level. The End Star Boundary was shrouded in strong laws. Powerhouses that surpassed the ancient god level couldn't enter at all. Therefore, the martial artists he met here were almost all at the ancient god level. This is the End Star Boundary? Fang Chen muttered. After experiencing the Bloodline Boundary, Fang Chen wasn't too unfamiliar with boundaries. He quickly adapted to the situation here. Rip! The sky and earth spun. Fang Chen managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. Suddenly, he discovered that there were several figures surrounding him. Fang Chen was a little surprised. The way these people looked at him was a little special. He hurriedly looked down and discovered that there was an accident during the transmission process. His clothes were already torn. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He quickly took out a set of clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. Outsider? The leader stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The leader continued, hand over your spatial ring. Why? Fang Chen asked. This is the rule of the End Star Boundary. The leader said impatiently. Fang Chen frowned. He had just entered the End Star Boundary and he was going to be robbed. Seeing Fang Chen's hesitation, the leader threatened, Brat, I advise you to think carefully. There are many people like you who are incomparably glorious in the outside world. However, after entering the starless extinction domain, it is almost impossible for them to survive. This is the rule of the End Star Boundary. Hand over your spatial ring and we can spare your life. Fang Chen smiled eerily. He was a little speechless. These guys in front of him were only ancient gods of the Star Ancient Realm. Where did they get the courage to steal his spatial ring? What if I don't? Fang Chen shrugged. Then, go to hell. Just as he finished speaking, the ancient gods besieging Fang Chen attacked. Bang! Fang Chen suddenly punched out, instantly shattering the head of one of them. His actions shocked everyone. The other attacking martial artists all retreated in fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chen's iron fists continuously punched out, exploding in the air. With a rumbling sound, the cultivators who had surrounded him all died. No, you can't kill me. When his fist was about to hit the last person, Fang Chen stopped attacking. Where is this place? Fang Chen asked coldly, tell me everything you know about the Starless Realm. I said. The warrior knelt on the ground with a thud and quickly explained to Fang Chen. The ruler of the starless realm is the starless realm master. However, he is extremely elusive. Normally, it is impossible to see him. The person said, under the starless realm master, there are 7 great devils. Each one of them is incomparably ferocious. Their cultivation is at the life-ancient realm and their strength is incomparably tyrannical. When the starless realm master is not around, they are the ones who maintain the order of the starless realm. Within the starless realm, there is a special kind of power called star force. The martial artists who come in from the outside are basically here for star force. It is said that if one can absorb enough star force, not only will their strength skyrocket, but their cultivation will also advance by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, they can be defeated by the starless realm master. It had to be known that even in the ancient chaos, the starless realm master was a peak existence. He was much stronger than the Tianshu Yuan and the Hand of Despair. After a long while, Fang Chen finished listening to this person's narration. He finally had a certain understanding of the starless realm. Star force. Fang Chen muttered. He casually grabbed out and caught the star force in the void in his palm. Opening his palm, a strand of resplendent silver light surged in his palm. He could clearly feel that when the star force entered his body, it could trigger the resonance of his 49 bloodlines. What is star force? Fang Chen did not understand. But he knew how precious star force was. Who? Fang Chen took a deep breath. The star force entered his body. The surface of his skin emitted a silver luster. It fused together with the chaotic origin sword body, erupting with a vast power. Amazing. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. No wonder everyone's goal was star force. The starless realm actually nurtured such a powerful energy. It is definitely not an ordinary boundary. Fang Chen muttered. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Sir, with your strength, even in the starless realm, you are considered to be at the top. Why don't you participate in young Master Xinghan's banquet? This person saw that Fang Chen was deep in thought and hurriedly asked. Banquet? Young Master Xinghan? There is a list in the starless realm known as the Starless List. Young Master Xinghan is an ancient god of life realm. His strength is so strong that he could be ranked in the top 100 of the Starless List. Not long ago, young Master Xinghan obtained a supreme treasure and publicly hosted a banquet. He invited many experts on the Starless List. This person explained. As long as one is ranked in the Starless List, they can participate in young Master Xinghan's banquet. Many people want to participate in the banquet just to befriend young Master Xinghan. If you can befriend young Master Xinghan, you can do whatever you want in the starless realm. Isn't it just the top 100? I thought it would be the number 1. Fang Chen curled his lips and said with disdain. Hearing this person's expression changed. He hurriedly said, Brother, you just came to the starless realm. I'm afraid you don't know the weight of the starless list. Even the top 100 are famous figures in the starless realm. The experts in the top 10 of the ultimate star list are all legendary figures. Even the ultimate star boundary lord admires them greatly. Oh! Fang Chen heard this and was slightly moved. How is young Master Xinghan's strength? Young Master Xinghan's cultivation is at the middle stage of the life-ancient realm. However, his battle strength is comparable to late-stage life-ancient realm experts. So, I have to participate in the banquet. Fang Chen said. He entered the starless realm to train himself and avoid the Hand of Despair. His goal was simple. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the life-ancient realm in the starless realm. He wanted to raise his battle strength as much as possible. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by the Hand of Despair after leaving the starless realm. Bring me there, Fang Chen said. No problem. Not long after Fang Chen entered the starless realm, the Hand of Despair once again descended on Tianshu Yuan. After discovering that Fang Chen was not there, he flew into a rage and fought with ancestor Tianshu. The battle was so loud that it resounded through the sky. The entire Despair continent could feel the tremors. In the end, ancestor Tianshu was defeated, but the Hand of Despair also retreated. Poochie. Ancestor Tianshu spat out blood. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Ancestor. The chief of Tianshu Yuan shouted and helped Ancestor Tianshu up. Ancestor Tianshu shook his head. His eyes were filled with despair. The hand of despair is too strong. My old injuries have relapsed. I'm no match for him at all. Ancestor Tianshu said, this person is vicious. He will do anything to achieve his goal. After I leave, Tianshu Yuan will seal the mountain. We can't open the mountain until we have enough strength. Ancestor, you'll be fine. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said in pain. Ancestor Tianshu shook his head. He knew his body very well. He couldn't hold on any longer. After being attacked by the hand of despair twice in a row, it was impossible for him to hold on. Instead, he might as well use his last bit of strength to do something for Tianshu Yuan. Buzz! Ancestor Tianshu's body suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. Then, the starlight gathered and formed a huge halo that enveloped the entire Tianshu Yuan. Boom! With a deafening sound, Tianshu Yuan disappeared from the mountain range. From then on, Tianshu Yuan no longer existed on the continent of despair. Some people said that Tianshu Yuan had offended the hand of despair and was secretly massacred by the latter. Others said that Tianshu Yuan sealed the mountain and hid until they had enough strength to fight against the hand of despair. In any case, the world felt sorry for Tianshu Yuan. Only the head of the Lin family was secretly delighted when he heard the news. Tianshu Yuan has been destroyed, and the Lin family has risen from the ashes. Before this, Tianshu Yuan had been steadily suppressing the Lin family. In the last battle in Chaotic Sky City, they killed Lin Yuan, the Lin family's hope, which greatly damaged the strength of the Lin family. Now, the Lin family was gloating. Chapter 2773. There were many experts in Dead Star Boundary, and most of the ancient god-level experts in Immemorial Chaotic World were gathered there. Jiyu Tianhua and Lin Qian, who were once famous in Immemorial Chaotic World, came from Dead Star Boundary. Strictly speaking, the starless boundary could no longer be considered a simple boundary. It was a training ground for the ancient gods. Fang Chen naturally had to attend young Master Xing Han's banquet. In the northwest of Dead Star Boundary, there was a vast city called Cold Star City. In Cold Star City, there was a luxurious mansion called Cold Star Mansion. Young Master Xing Han's banquet was held there. Cold Star Mansion is in front. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at Cold Star City under Fu Lan's lead. As he stood on the ground and looked into the distance, he discovered that a dazzling mansion had appeared before his eyes. Who is young Master Xing Han? Fang Chen asked. It was impossible for an expert in the top 100 of the Dead Star list to have a mansion named after himself. It is said that young Master Xing Han's big brother is in the top 10 of the Dead Star list. He is extremely powerful and the Lord of Dead Star Boundary is fond of him, Fu Lan said. Oh! Fang Chen's expression changed and he walked into Cold Star City. If you want to attend the banquet, you must have an invitation card. Fu Lan took out an invitation card and passed it to Fang Chen. I am in young Master Xing Han's invitation list. This is my invitation card. Use it to enter. Fang Chen then noticed that Fu Lan was ranked 351st on the Dead Star list. I didn't expect you to be on the Dead Star list. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Fu Lan was speechless. He shook his head and entered Cold Star City. Isn't this Fu Lan? You are early. Just then, a voice came from afar. Humph. If he didn't run away during the battle, he wouldn't be here. Another discordant voice came and it was filled with dissatisfaction towards Fu Lan. Fu Lan turned his head and when he saw the person, his face turned gloomy. Ku Yun. Fu Lan said coldly and there was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. What? I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you become stronger? The fella called Ku Yun mocked. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Do you believe that I will suppress you now? Ku Yun, why bother arguing with a dog? The martial artist beside Ku Yun shrugged his shoulders. This kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to make you angry, Ku Yun. Hearing his words, Ku Yun nodded and said with a smile, Indeed, with your current strength, you are not worthy of me taking action. Boom. Ku Yun purposely released Fu Lan's aura strong hands aura power. Yun's face's expression, he couldn't help but take a step. Yun. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Fang Chen extended his hand and stopped him from retreating. What kind of ability is bullying the weak? Fang Chen said. Yun's sects. On's Yun's sect. Who do you think you are? Ku Yun said coldly. HMPH, uneducated guy. Didn't Fu Lan tell you? This is Star Cold City. Those who can attend the banquet are all famous people on the extinct stars list. You are just a servant. What right do you have to speak here? The two of them reprimanded Fang Chen as Fu Lan's servant. Fang Chen frowned. He was unhappy. However, he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He lightly shook his head, and his face was filled with disdain as he turned around and left. Stop. Being ignored by a servant, Ku Yun was angry and yelled. However, Fang Chen simply ignored the two of them and disappeared from the street. Ku Yun is an expert ranked 330th on the Ultimate Star list. He once fought with me a few decades ago and defeated me using despicable means. Fu Lan explained. The man beside him is called the Black-Clothed Prince. He is ranked 300th on the Extinct Stars list. He is much stronger than Ku Yun. It's just that his mind is vicious and is famous for being a lunatic. Let's go. Fang Chen didn't care about the two of them. To be honest, with his current strength, the two of them weren't even qualified for him to fight. I wonder how strong the top 100 on the Extinct Stars list are. Fang Chen was curious. As time went by, more and more martial artists came to Star Cold City. On the street, martial artists on the Extinct Stars list could be seen everywhere. The entire Star Cold City was bustling. On a certain bustling street, there stood a 9-story pavilion. The top floor of the pavilion was dazzling and magnificent. Those who could reach the 9th floor were all super experts who attended the banquet. Fang Chen and Fu Lan also came to the pavilion. This pavilion is called the Star Picking Pavilion. It is the most famous pavilion in Star Cold City. Fu Lan explained as he found a table on the 1st floor. The stronger you are, the higher the floor you can reach. Those on the 1st floor are all martial artists who are ranked below the top 500 on the Extinct Stars list. Those who can reach the 9th floor are martial artists who are on par with young Master Xinghan. Fu Lan said. Oh. Fang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect such a small pavilion to be so particular. The star-picking pavilion is a symbol of strength and status. Young Master Xinghan organized the banquet to show off his super strength to the world and to rope in some experts on the Extinct Stars list. Fu Lan muttered. Before the banquet started, young Master Xinghan specially invited the super experts to gather here and have a toast. Hearing that, Fang Chen nodded his head lightly. To put it bluntly, the star-picking pavilion was a symbol of status. Young Master Xinghan brought the powerful geniuses to the 9th floor so that they could enjoy the limelight and highlight their unparalleled status. This way, it would be easier to rope them in. One had to admit that young Master Xinghan had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. With your strength, you should be able to reach the 7th floor, right? Fu Lan said softly. Actually, with his strength, he could reach the 5th floor too. However, he didn't make it public. However, there were still people who recognized him. Fu Lan. Someone on the 1st floor exclaimed. Instantly, many people noticed him. It's really Fu Lan? Oh my god, I actually met Fu Lan. Fu Lan, 351st on the Extinct Stars list. Many people were extremely excited. After all, in their eyes, Fu Lan was considered an expert. After being recognized, Fu Lan was a little helpless. He waved his hand at the crowd and signaled for them to be quiet. In fact, he felt extremely guilty. The guy in front of him was the real expert. In front of him, he didn't even have the courage to attack. TMPH, trash is trash. He only dares to find his presence on the 1st floor. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Ku Yun. Fu Lan's face darkened as he said coldly. What? Did I say something wrong? Brother Ku Yun, why bother arguing with someone like him? Let's go up first. Ku Yun laughed and mocked. Fu Lan, if you have the ability, go up to the higher floors. Don't be a coward here. Oh right, bring your servant along. After saying that, Ku Yun and Fu Lan went straight up to the higher floors, leaving behind the shocked crowd. Looking at Ku Yun's back, Fang Chen frowned. He had no enmity with him. Just because he was with Fu Lan, he kept on mocking him. At this moment, there were a few geniuses on the 9th floor. One of them was a man with dashing eyebrows. He wore a starry robe and had a faint smile on his face. He raised his wine cup and said, "Since everyone has come to Starry Star City, I, young Master Xinghan, must be a good host." After saying that, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Ha ha, as expected of young Master Xinghan. Not only is he strong, but his alcohol tolerance is also not to be underestimated. Yes, young Master Xinghan must have had a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held a banquet. Young Master Xinghan's influence is huge. There are countless martial artists who have come to Starry Star City this time. Everyone laughed heartily as they praised young Master Xinghan. Young Master Xinghan stood up and walked to the window. He stood with his hands behind his back. Everyone knows that it is very difficult to find opportunities in the extinct star boundary by relying on one's strength alone. So, before young Master Xinghan could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. At this moment, his dark eyes stared at the hall on the 1st floor. There, Fang Chen and Fu Lan sat quietly. Young Master Xinghan's heartbeat sped up. His body shook slightly. He clenched his fists and his palms were sweaty. What's going on? Chapter 2774. Black Gold Bloodline? Young Master Xinghan's expression turned serious as he stared at Fang Chen. He could clearly feel the black gold bloodline in his body vibrating. How is this possible? Young Master Xinghan did not expect to see a martial artist with the black gold bloodline in the extinct star region. Interesting. After a while, young Master Xinghan's expression returned to normal as he looked at Fang Chen with interest before returning to his seat. Young Master Xinghan, we understand why you called us here, but, a boorish man spoke. If there aren't enough benefits, we won't join any faction. Yeah, you should know the situation in the extinct star region. Choosing a faction without consideration might bring about an unbearable price. Everyone spoke while young Master Xinghan responded with ease. In fact, his heart had always been with Fang Chen. Every time Ku Yun went up a level, he would mock Fu Lan. This made the latter speechless. However, Fang Chen was rather calm. He did not even raise his head. From the beginning to the end, he did not look Ku Yun in the eye. Just a clown. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. At this moment, there was an uproar in the pavilion as a group of people walked down slowly. Isn't that young Master Xinghan? Those beside young Master Xinghan are all experts at the top of the extinct star list. As expected of young Master Xinghan. He's too strong. Under the praises of the crowd, young Master Xinghan led the others out of the pavilion. However, before he left, he gave Fang Chen a meaningful look. At the same time, he secretly activated his black gold bloodline. Wang. In the void, a trace of black gold aura suddenly appeared. No one in the surroundings noticed anything unusual. Only Fang Chen's body shook violently. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at young Master Xinghan's back as he left. How is this possible? Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel the black gold bloodline in his body shaking. Young Master Xinghan also has the black gold bloodline? Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood up and ignored Fu Lan's shock as he walked out of the pavilion. Just as Fu Lan was about to speak, he heard a mocking voice. Fran, you coward. Even your servant has left you. Aren't you living like a failure? Ku Yun stood on the 6th floor of the pavilion, looking down and coldly mocking Fran. Mph, brother Ku, why bother arguing with this trash? If he dares to come to the 6th floor, I will kill him. The two spoke one after another. They mocked Fu Lan. The latter clenched his fists. Everyone had a temper, let alone Fran. With a bang, Fran stomped his foot and instantly arrived at the 2nd floor. After pausing for a moment, he continued to climb. Seeing this, Ku Yun sneered. Outside the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going on the wide street. Where is he? Fang Chen frowned. When he came out, young Master Xinghan was nowhere to be found. He closed his eyes and spread out his powerful divine sense to search for young Master Xinghan. Over here. Using the power of the black gold bloodline, he quickly sensed young Master Xinghan's location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Fang Chen followed his senses and came to an abandoned courtyard in the western suburbs of Xinghan City. Inside, Fang Chen kicked open the door and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was long abandoned and was filled with weeds. Normally, no one would come here. Come out. Fang Chen said in a deep voice as he stood in the courtyard. Whoosh. The void in front of him flickered and young Master Xinghan walked out. He squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen as he asked, "Where did your black gold bloodline come from? What about you?" Fang Chen didn't answer but asked instead. Young Master Xinghan remained silent and stared at Fang Chen as though he wanted to see through him. After a while, young Master Xinghan retracted his gaze and stood with his hands behind his back. He said plainly, "I am from the Black Gold tribe." Fang Chen's eyes shrank. He was from the Black Gold tribe? Then how did he come out from the bloodline enchantment? Could it be that he had absorbed 49 special bloodlines? At the thought of this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. And you aren't from the Black Gold tribe, but you have the Black Gold bloodline. The only explanation is, young Master Xinghan grinned and said strangely, "You killed the people from the Black Gold tribe and absorbed the Black Gold bloodline from them." As soon as young Master Xinghan finished his sentence, a vast amount of energy surged out from his body. The Black Gold bloodline was completely unleashed as a powerful energy covered the sky. Die! Young Master Xinghan roared and controlled the power of the Black Gold bloodline. Seeing the power of the Black Gold bloodline around young Master Xinghan, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Black Gold bloodline that he was familiar with wasn't like this. What a strong corrosive power! Fang Chen exclaimed as he felt the power of the Black Gold bloodline. Even if he activated the Black Hole bloodline, he could barely resist it. Let's go. This was the Star-Cold City, young Master Xinghan's territory. Once a battle broke out, it would definitely alert others. He didn't want to expose his identity for the time being. Who? Using the space-time escape technique, thousands of illusions appeared in the void. Catcher. Young Master Xinghan controlled the power of the Black Gold bloodline and shattered the illusions. He looked around and realized that there was no one around. Damn it. Young Master Xinghan cursed. He blamed himself for underestimating his opponent and allowing him to escape. You can't escape. The Star-Cold City is my territory. Young Master Xinghan said eerily. Who? After escaping from the abandoned courtyard in the western suburbs of the Star-Cold City, Fang Chen quickly returned to the pavilion to look for Fu Lan. He wanted to ask Fu Lan about the background of this young Master Xinghan and why he had the Black Gold bloodline. However, when he entered the first floor, he saw many martial artists crowding around. What's going on? He squeezed through the crowd and saw a figure lying on the ground. His face was covered in blood and he had lost his vitality. Fu Lan! Fang Chen exclaimed. He had only been out for a short while and Fu Lan was already dead. Who did it? Fang Chen immediately thought of Ku Yun. He raised his head and saw Ku Yun looking at him with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Didn't you just betray your master and leave? Now that your master is dead, why are you back? Ku Yun's voice attracted the attention of many martial artists to Fang Chen. Temph, such a treacherous person should be dragged out and beaten to death. Fu Lan is really unlucky to have such a servant. He only came back after his master died. He's obviously afraid of death. The mocking voices of the crowd entered Fang Chen's ears. The latter clenched his fists and his heart was filled with anger. Although Fu Lan didn't have any interaction with him and even wanted to rob him before. But at least, Fu Lan had respectfully explained the matters of the starless boundary to him and even brought him to the Star-Cold City. Fang Chen stared at Ku Yun and his face was filled with anger. What? Pretending to be angry to gain the sympathy of others? Ku Yun sneered. If you have the ability, come to the 6th floor. I'll kill you in minutes. I don't care that you killed Fu Lan, but you shouldn't have mocked me, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Trash. The man beside Ku Yun sneered. Deng deng deng. Fang Chen slowly walked forward, step by step. When he reached the second floor, Ku Yun's face was filled with ridicule. Even your master died in my hands, and you still want to take revenge? Below, many cultivators also shook their heads. Fang Chen was just a servant. Not to mention other things, he couldn't even reach the 6th floor. However, in the following period of time, Fang Chen used his absolute strength to shock everyone. Deng deng deng. He easily stepped onto the 3rd floor, but it wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 4th floor. At this time, the faces of the people below also became somewhat dignified. When he reached the 5th floor, Ku Yun was also incomparably surprised. However, just when everyone thought that the 5th floor was his limit, Fang Chen once again made a shocking move. He took a step and reached the 6th floor. Boom! The entire pavilion was in an uproar. Countless people stared at him with their mouths agape. They couldn't imagine that Fu Lan's servant could reach the 6th floor so easily. I'm up. Chapter 2775. Ku Yun was stunned and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. How could a servant of Fu Lan reach the 6th floor so easily? At the same time, his face was burning as if he had been slapped hard. HMPH, so what? The expert on the ultimate stars list next to Ku Yun sneered, you'll still follow in Fu Lan's footsteps. Soon, Ku Yun regained his composure. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen with murderous intent. Since you've reached the 6th floor, then go to hell. While speaking, Ku Yun slammed out his palm and a huge palm print appeared in front of his chest. Die. Ku Yun's attack power was extremely strong. He had just killed Fu Lan with this move. Fang Chen remained motionless and looked at Ku Yun as if he was looking at an idiot. Seeing this, Ku Yun became even angrier. Even your master, Fu Lan, was killed by me. You're just a servant. Who do you think you are? Ku Yun said coldly, you should be proud to die in my hands. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ku Yun's powerful palm struck Fang Chen's body ruthlessly. Buzz! A layer of sword chi rippled out from Ku Yun's body and then melted the palm print. Deng deng deng. At the same time, Ku Yun felt an extremely strong force whistling toward him. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Ku Yun stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. What? He actually blocked it. Are you kidding me? Ku Yun's full-strength attack has reached the peak. How could this guy block it? Isn't he Fu Lan's servant? Cries of astonishment could be heard all of a sudden. Everyone finally understood why Fang Chen dared to provoke Ku Yun. It turned out that he also had a trump card. Your physical defense is not bad. Ku Yun said gloomily, however, I'm curious. How many times can you block my attacks with such a defense? Why don't you try and find out? Fang Chen shrugged, looking like he didn't care. However, before you deal with others, you must first be prepared to be killed. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ku Yun's face suddenly changed. An ant-like figure actually dared to threaten him like this, which made him very angry. You are courting death. Ku Yun roared and stamped his foot. His body was like a gust of wind, and he quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen. At the same time, his palms erupted with dazzling power and suddenly blasted out. Wang! In the void, two powerful palm prints blasted towards Fang Chen one after another. Looks like you didn't take my words seriously at all. Fang Chen frowned and said coldly before the two palm strikes could reach him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly escaped into the void. Ku Yun's heart trembled. He was actually unable to track this person down. I don't believe that you can escape from me. While thinking, Ku Yun continued to increase the strength of his hands and continued to blast out. Who said I was going to escape? Fang Chen's voice came from the void. He leaped up and stepped on the palm print. Crack! His feet exerted force, and the powerful palm print was instantly shattered. Your attack is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the pavilion, and countless martial artists were shocked. Impossible. Ku Yun did not believe it and continued to increase the strength of his attacks. However, Fang Chen consecutively crushed several of his palm prints and had already arrived in front of him. Swoosh! A black light flashed and the demon extinction sword pierced Ku Yun's body. Oh no! After seeing that Ku Yun was defeated, the expert on the ultimate star list beside him shouted and joined the battle. He joined forces with Ku Yun, hoping to kill Fang Chen. However, before his attack could get close to Fang Chen, he heard a bang. He subconsciously turned his head and was instantly stunned. Ku Yun, who was talking to him just now, fell into a pool of blood and lost his vitality. Ku Yun! He shouted loudly. Die! The black demon sky split was used again. With the help of the space-time concealment technique, the expert on the ultimate star list could not find any trace of Fang Chen. After dodging a few times, he was stabbed by the demon extinction sword and died. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the pavilion. A mysterious powerhouse appeared out of nowhere and slew two powerhouses on the ultimate star list with his power alone. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in a daze. They had not recovered from the shock until the latter disappeared from the pavilion. The news quickly spread throughout Xinghan City. When young Master Xinghan heard the news, he was slightly surprised. According to the reports, he could basically conclude that the mysterious expert who killed Ku Yun and Ku Yun was the guy with the black golden bloodline. Interesting. Young Master Xinghan's lips curled up as he muttered to himself. In an instant, there were countless voices condemning Fang Chen in Xinghan City. Some experts on the ultimate star list who were close to Ku Yun were even searching for Fang Chen in the city. Time flew by. A few days later, the banquet officially began. On this day, Xinghan residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Early in the morning, there were people arriving at Xinghan residence one after another. At the entrance, the housekeeper was attending to the various supreme talents on the ultimate star list. Of course, if there were supreme talents on the top 100 of the ultimate star list, young Master Xinghan would welcome them personally. Brother Li, you are here too? Yes, young Master Xinghan and I are friends. This time, I specially rushed back from the easternmost land to attend his banquet. Ha ha ha, there are countless supreme talents attending young Master Xinghan's banquet. It is really a grand occasion. Discussions could be heard from time to time in Xinghan residence. Young Master Xinghan was the main character today. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the endless stream of people as he pondered to himself. Will that guy come? In the afternoon, all the martial artists had arrived. After everyone paid their respects to young Master Xinghan, the banquet officially began. Actually, young Master Xinghan held the banquet for two purposes. The first purpose was naturally to rope in the supreme talents on the ultimate star list to strengthen his forces. The second purpose was to gather the supreme talents and take out some universe treasures that were of no use to them to exchange with one another. This way, not only would he be able to get what he wanted, he would also be able to rope in many heaven's favorites. Why not? Most importantly, he wanted to show the world his charisma as young Master Xinghan. Everyone, thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to attend my banquet. Young Master Xinghan stood in the courtyard and gave a simple explanation. Senior, what kind of amazing material is it? Someone asked anxiously. Severely injuring and killing were two completely different concepts. A small banquet can actually produce an amazing material. Interesting, Fang Chen grinned and said. Next, it was the process of exchanging treasures with the supreme talents. My cousin is in Xinghan residence. I have a unique way of contacting him. The news that he just told me is absolutely true, the old man said. Yeah, what exactly is it? If it's really the absolute spirit grass, then it can indeed be considered an amazing material. Fang Chen pondered and said, the absolute spirit grass can be used to refine the supreme divine pill, the absolute spirit pill. Even the 108 blood spirits in Despair Continent can't resist the temptation of such a pill, right? There are too many universe treasures in this banquet. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to enter. Otherwise, I would be able to see it. In his opinion, young Master Xinghan's strength was just SOSO. Fang Chen also looked at the old man with interest. Everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of the absolute spirit grass, let alone the absolute spirit pill. Suddenly, a piece of news came from the inn. Especially for ancient gods of life ancient realm, severely injuring them was easy, but killing them was extremely difficult. The old man said regretfully. After exchanging blows with young Master Xinghan, Fang Chen didn't want to participate in the banquet. However, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the old man in surprise. Fang Chen walked out of the inn and walked towards Xinghan residence. The latest news is that an amazing material has appeared in Xinghan residence. It can be used to refine supreme divine pills. Mph, it's fine if I don't participate in such a banquet. Fang Chen muttered. Fang Chen sat by the window and drank alone. In an inn. If I go all out, I should be able to severely injure young Master Xinghan. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on an old man. Chapter 2776. The front of Han Xing Mansion was packed with people. The onlookers were all martial artists who were not qualified to enter Han Xing Mansion. They were here to witness the appearance of the amazing material. So many people. When Fang Chen arrived at Han Xing Mansion, it was packed with people. He could not even enter. Excuse me. After stopping for a short while, Fang Chen said softly, "Get lost. Can't you see that I am watching the banquet? Who do you think you are? Stand aside." Seeing that Fang Chen was a martial artist of the Star Ancient Realm, the crowd did not take him seriously and scolded him directly. Seeing this, Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Then, a powerful sword chi halo appeared around him as he walked towards the crowd. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek came from one of the martial artists. In the next moment, his body was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his arm as if he had been hit by a sharp weapon. What happened? When the people around him saw this scene, they all asked one after another, "Do you want to die? How dare you sneak an attack on me?" The martial artist who was injured by Fang Chen's sword chi halo glared at Fang Chen and roared. The others also surrounded Fang Chen with evil intentions. "Please make way." Fang Chen was still very gentlemanly as he continued to walk forward. "You are courting death." When the cultivator who was injured by Fang Chen's sword chi saw this, his heart burned with rage. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen's path. Boom! He abruptly threw out a punch, smashing it onto Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, another miserable shriek was heard. His fist exploded and blood spurted out. He was sent flying and fainted. This scene caused a huge commotion. What happened? The sword chi on this guy is not simple. Damn this guy. He is too arrogant. The martial artists who were previously arrogant looked at Fang Chen with fear and made way for him. However, there were still some people who thought that Fang Chen was just putting on an act and wasn't worth mentioning at all. Don't touch the sword chi on him. Several martial artists looked at each other and then launched an attack. Ding ding ding. Fang Chen allowed their attacks to land on his body. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable state. With the help of the powerful sword chi on his body, he easily squeezed to the front of the crowd. How is this possible? Everyone trembled in fear. With so many powerful cultivators joining forces, even those on the Ultimate Stars list wouldn't be able to ignore them like this. Who was this guy? How could his defense be so strong? While everyone was guessing Fang Chen's identity, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. In the next moment, the onlookers knew that the mysterious expert in front of them was the one who had killed Ku Yun by himself. Is he the murderer who killed Ku Yun? No wonder you're so arrogant. Mph, so what if he entered the Cold Star Mansion? He's dead for sure. After knowing Fang Chen's identity, no one dared to stop him. Fang Chen stepped into the Cold Star Mansion effortlessly. Stop right there. This is the Cold Star Mansion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. As soon as he stepped in, he heard a stern reprimand. Fang Chen lifted his head and saw two guards walking towards him. The guards were expressionless as they stared at Fang Chen and said, "Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Is this how young Master Xinghan treats his guests? Fang Chen asked. HMPH, who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself young Master Xinghan's guest? The two guards thought that Fang Chen was being unreasonable and scolded him angrily. At the same time, they were ready to take action. Trash of the Star Ancient Realm wants to join the banquet? What a joke. Facing the two guards' ridicule, Fang Chen shook his head. Swoosh. His body flickered and he entered the void. When the two guards noticed him, Fang Chen had already entered the courtyard. Stop right there. Ignoring the two guards' reprimand, Fang Chen continued to move forward. What should we do? Since Fang Chen had already entered the courtyard, the two guards did not dare to make a ruckus. Hurry up and tell young Master Xinghan, the other guard said. In the courtyard, there were more than 100 experts on the unmatched star list. Fang Chen scanned the place with his divine consciousness. Basically, those who came to join the banquet were those ranked below the 100th place on the unmatched star list. As for those ranked below the 100th place, they did not take young Master Xinghan seriously at all. Fang Chen's gaze fell on a burly man. In the burly man's palm, there was a purple grass. Star-end grass. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect the star-end grass to really appear. Everyone should know the value of the star-end grass. The burly man smiled and said, if no one wants to buy or exchange for it, I'll take it back and consume it myself. Ever since the star-end grass appeared, the burly man had been waiting for someone to exchange or purchase it with him. However, no one took any action. It had been almost an hour, and the burly man was helpless. During this period, there were a few martial artists who wanted to exchange with him, but they could not take out treasures of equivalent value. Brother Luosho, I'm interested in your star-end grass. Finally, after waiting for a while, young Master Xinghan spoke. Young Master Xinghan was the main character of the banquet. After he spoke, everyone looked over. Oh, I wonder what treasures young Master Xinghan can take out? The burly man, Luosho, grinned. Under everyone's gaze, young Master Xinghan took out a palm-sized mirror. Everyone exclaimed. In order to get the star-end grass, young Master Xinghan even took out the freezing star mirror. It seemed that the star-end grass would definitely be obtained by young Master Xinghan. I wonder if my freezing star mirror is qualified to exchange for your star-end grass? Young Master Xinghan smiled and asked. If it was before his breakthrough, he would definitely not take out the freezing star mirror to exchange. But now, the freezing star mirror was not enough to support his cultivation. He might as well take it out to exchange for the star-end grass. The freezing star mirror is indeed a treasure, the burly man said with a smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. I want the star-end grass. The burly man looked in the direction of the voice and saw the ordinary-looking Fang Chen. The others also looked at Fang Chen with some doubts. Only young Master Xinghan saw Fang Chen and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, two guards ran over and whispered in young Master Xinghan's ear. Young Master Xinghan nodded and the two of them left. Chimph, where did this idiot come from? He hasn't stepped into the Life Ancient Realm but he dares to point fingers at an ancient god of the Life Ancient Realm. What a joke. What can you take out to exchange? The burly man, Luosho, asked. Chimph, how embarrassing. It was a good thing that someone was bargaining. This way, he would get more benefits. This is just a small matter. It's nothing to us ancient gods of the Life Ancient Realm. Many people were mocking Fang Chen, thinking that he was talking nonsense. At the beginning, Luosho did not feel anything. However, when Fang Chen finished speaking, his face turned solemn. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to compete with young Master Xinghan? Fang Chen looked at Luosho. I wonder if you're interested in selling the star-end grass to me? Throw him out and break his limbs. Teach him a lesson he will remember. That's right. It's just a broken meridian. It can be repaired in minutes. Only the burly man was looking at him with a smile. No one was aware of the 1,000 hands Azura divine art that he had cultivated, so how did this fellow see through it? Someone said. Young Master Xinghan, what qualifications does trash like him have to participate in the banquet? I request that you throw him out. Malicious voices were incessant, but Fang Chen ignored them. Fang Chen stared at Luosho and said, You've been cultivating for a long time, causing cracks to appear on the meridian in your right hand. This is a small matter, but the cultivation technique you cultivate is very special. It caused the meridian in your right hand to be completely broken and cannot be repaired. Every full moon, your right hand will experience intense pain. With Brother Luosho's strength, it's impossible for such a situation to happen. The only explanation is that he did it on purpose. Luosho started to hesitate. The burly man, Luosho, looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Could the latter really solve his problem? For a moment, the ancient gods of the starless list who wanted to curry favor with young Master Xinghan all scolded Fang Chen. A bunch of clowns who only know how to deceive themselves. That's right. He's not qualified to stand with us in the Xinghan mansion. Chapter 2777. Seeing Luosho's hesitation, young Master Xinghan frowned. But soon, his eyebrows relaxed and a sly smile flashed across his eyes. I also want to know what you can offer in exchange. Young Master Xinghan asked instead of being angry. Kid, I'll spare your life for young Master Xinghan's sake. If you can't offer anything, I'll take it that you're deliberately disrupting the banquet and behead you. That's right. You dare to cause trouble at the banquet. You're challenging all of us. I hope your strength is as good as your mouth. Since young Master Xinghan had spoken, the others naturally didn't force Fang Chen. They only continued to threaten him. Fang Chen looked at Luosho and waited for the latter's reply. He believed that Luosho would make the right choice. What do you want? After hesitating, Luosho asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled knowingly. Luosho's attitude had already made everything clear. The exchange of the extinct spirit grass was already leaning towards him. I can help you solve this problem, Fang Chen said. Completely cure it. After speaking, Fang Chen ignored everyone's angry stares and swaggered out of Xinghan Mansion. Luosho's expression changed. He kept the extinct spirit grass and cupped his fist at young Master Xinghan. I'm sorry, young Master Xinghan. I'm afraid I can't participate in the banquet. After speaking, Luosho swaggered off. Luosho's action caused a commotion. This is too much. Openly provoking young Master Xinghan. He's really courting death. That's right. We can't let this guy escape. We must tear him into pieces. This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us on the extinct star list in his eyes. Many martial artists said furiously. Only young Master Xinghan revealed a cold light in his eyes. The extinct spirit grass is mine. Your life is also mine. However, young Master Xinghan pretended as if nothing had happened. Everyone, there's no need to spoil everyone's mood because of two flies. The banquet shall continue. As expected of young Master Xinghan. With just one sentence, everyone had completely forgotten what had happened and continued to participate in the banquet. Star-cold city, in a hidden courtyard. Luosho and Fang Chen looked at each other. Can you really tell what kind of spirit technique I cultivate? Fang Chen shook his head. Luosho was startled. So you're saying that you were just making things up before? Luosho's face darkened. He had offended young Master Xinghan because of this fellow. Now that he thought that he had been played for a fool, how could he not be infuriated? Of course I can't see through your divine arts. However, I can see where your problem lies. Extend your right hand, Fang Chen said. Luosho was skeptical. He extended his right hand and showed it to Fang Chen. The latter gently touched Law's palm, and immediately, a strange aura spread out. After a while, Fang Chen said slowly, your meridians are broken, and you can't form a link. This has led to the extreme of the divine art you cultivate. You must have tried more than one method, but to cure it completely is too difficult, unless you ask for help from an expert surpassing the ancient god level. However, how could an expert of that level be invited by Luosho? You have a way? Luosho asked. Fang Chen nodded, there is a way, but I need your cooperation. How do I cooperate? Luosho asked. This problem had troubled him for a long time. If it wasn't solved in time, it was very likely that he would step into the extreme in the future. Now, with the improvement of his cultivation, Luo Shou had a feeling that he couldn't control the Thousand Arms Azura. This made him even more frightened. Right now, there was no other way. He could only try everything he could. Perhaps, this guy in front of him really had a way. As long as you can cure my problem, I will not only give you the absolute spirit grass, but also the star fantasy flower. While speaking, Luo Shou took out an illusory flower from his arms. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and immediately nodded. The star fantasy flower and the absolute spirit grass complement each other and grow together. Often, where there is the absolute spirit grass, there will be the star fantasy flower. Previously, Fang Chen was wondering why Luo Shou only took out the absolute spirit grass and didn't see the star fantasy flower. Now he finally understood that this guy was hiding his strength. Your problem isn't too big. I can treat you now. Fang Chen raised his hands and placed them on Luo Shou's back. The latter's body shook. Don't move, concentrate on absorbing my power. Buzz. The power of the black hole bloodline emerged, and the vast bloodline power drilled into Luo Shou's body through Fang Chen's palm. At first, the power in Luo Shou's body was still rejecting it, but soon it changed. Hiss. The power of the black hole bloodline spread to Luo Shou's limbs and bones, crazily absorbing the aura of the Thousand Arms Azura. Fang Chen's purpose was very simple, to completely absorb the aura of the Thousand Arms Azura and then use the power of the black hole bloodline to purify it. This should be able to repair his meridians. In fact, Fang Chen's idea was correct. In just half an hour, the aura of the Thousand Arms Azura in Luo Shou's body was completely renewed. At the same time, Luo Shou was shocked to find that the meridians in his palm were actually connected. Luo Shou's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with gratitude. Dong. When the last trace of the black hole bloodline power left Luo Shou's body, the broken meridians were finally reconnected. Luo Shou could feel the power in his body flowing more smoothly. Moreover, his strength had imperceptibly increased by a little. Many thanks, brother. At this moment, Luo Shou's admiration for Fang Chen could not be any greater. This is the star fantasy flower and the absolute god grass. Luo Shou handed the two treasures to Fang Chen, and the latter put them away. Brother, how should I address you? Luo Shou asked. Fang Chen. Ha ha ha, from now on, you, Fang Chen, are my brother. If I, Luo Shou, frown at your words, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. It could be seen that Luo Shou was a man of character. To tell you the truth, the divine art I cultivate is called the Thousand Arms Azura. Luo Shou sat across from Fang Chen, explaining his cultivation process to Fang Chen. Cold Star Mansion. Night fell, and darkness covered the land. After the mansion banquet, the martial artists on the Unmatched Stars list had already left Cold Star City. Only a few martial artists who were in cahoots with young Master Xinghan remained in the Cold Star Mansion. Deng deng deng, a servant appeared from the darkness, and came to the garden. Young Master, Luo Shou and that person are in a mansion in the eastern suburbs. The servant said softly. Young Master Xinghan nodded, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes in the darkness. Don't alert them. Young Master, when do we take action? Now. Cold Star City was young Master Xinghan's world. Every action of Fang Chen and Luo Shou was under his control. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the pitch-black night sky, the cold wind rustled. Young Master Xinghan, who was wearing a black robe, floated in mid-air, looking down. In the mysterious mansion in the eastern suburbs, Fang Chen and Luo Shou drank to their heart's content. You're about to die, and you're still drinking? Young Master Xinghan said coldly. Shortly after, he tore open the void and landed in the mansion. Hua la! Young Master Xinghan waved his hand, and a wild array Dao power whizzed out. A powerful array enveloped the mansion. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Coming here in the middle of the night, and even sealing the mansion, what else can you do? Of course, it's to rob, Fang Chen smiled. I didn't expect the great young Master Xinghan to do such a despicable thing. Before coming here, he had already made his decision. Young Master Xinghan flung his sleeve and snorted, his face full of disdain. Young Master Xinghan, what are you doing? Now, he actually dared to rob in public. Luo Shou's eyes were complicated. During the mansion banquet, young Master Xinghan was still willing to take out the cold star mirror as an exchange. Otherwise, once the news spread out, he, young Master Xinghan, would be spurned by the world. Indeed, young Master Xinghan came prepared, and it was too easy to kill him. No one can stop what I, young Master Xinghan, want to do. His eyes looked at Luo Shou. Hand over the absolute spirit grass, and I can leave your corpse intact. Young Master Xinghan sneered, after killing the two of you, who will know about this? These two people must die. And you, I let you escape the previous time. This time, I want to see how you're going to escape. Young Master Xinghan looked at Fang Chen with ridicule. Luo Shou was speechless for a moment. Young Master Xinghan, aren't you afraid of losing your reputation by doing this? Do you see it? This is young Master Xinghan's true colors, Fang Chen said. Seeing the situation, Luo Shou stood up and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 2778. Young Master Xinghan had come prepared. He had completely sealed this place. He was sure that even the top experts on the extinct star list couldn't escape from him. Looking at Fang Chen and Luo Shou, young Master Xinghan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Luo Shou was ranked 150th on the extinct star list. There was a huge gap between him and young Master Xinghan. Feeling the powerful array around the manor, Luo Shou's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and looked at Fang Chen. The latter's expression was calm, as if everything was under his control. You're about to die and you're still putting on an act. Young Master Xinghan shook his head. The calmer Fang Chen appeared, the more it showed how chaotic his heart was. But it doesn't matter. After tonight, the two of you will completely disappear from the extinct star boundary. Don't worry, no one will remember you in the future. Starlight appeared around young Master Xinghan as his aura rapidly rose. Luo Shou pondered for a moment and clenched his teeth. He seemed to have made the decision to fight to the death. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight together. Luo Shou said, as long as any one of us escapes, we must spread the news. Someone will take revenge for me. Don't worry, none of us will die, Fang Chen said calmly. Luo Shou sighed, his face filled with helplessness. The current situation was a dead end. Young Master Xinghan had already planned everything and sealed the manor. They had no chance. There's no use in struggling. Accept the baptism of death. Young Master Xinghan's voice echoed in the pitch-black night sky. His figure flashed and countless starlight flashed in the dark sky. Star Dragon Shuttle. A loud roar exploded in the darkness. Immediately afterward, the void was suddenly illuminated. A long shuttle that was completely condensed from starlight, carrying with it a scorching power, galloped over. The power of the black gold bloodline? Fang Chen raised his head and said softly. Luo Shou's expression was dark. He waved his hands and a series of hand signs appeared in the sky. 1,000 hands Azura. Although he knew he couldn't win, Luo Shou still used his strongest divine technique. Boom. The power of the 1,000 arms Azura had rapidly increased. All of this was thanks to Fang Chen. It was the latter's treatment that cured the problem of the Azura's hand and increased the might of the 1,000 arms Azura. Voila! Under the control of Luo Shou, the sky full of handprints surrounded the starlight shuttle. Crack! A deafening sound spread out, causing the entire manor to tremble. Break! Seeing this, young Master Xinghan bellowed. A frightening power surged out from the starlight shuttle. In an instant, it shattered all the handprints. Boom! A terrifying power surged forth. The might of the black golden bloodline was fully revealed. With a bang, Luo Shou's body was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. Whoosh! In a flash, Fang Chen flicked his sleeve, and a ray of light appeared in front of Luo Shou, reducing 80% of the starlight shuttle's power. Although the remaining 20% of his strength managed to send Luo Shou flying, it did not cause him any serious injuries. Poochie! Luo Shou spat out a mouthful of blood, his face slightly pale. However, his heart was still filled with shock. I've said it before. Neither of us will die today. Fang Chen's indifferent voice entered Luo Shou's ears. Looking at Fang Chen's tall figure, Luo Shou fell silent. The black golden bloodline corrodes everything. Seeing Fang Chen make a move, young Master Xinghan waved his hand, and a vast amount of black golden bloodline erupted. Boom! In the sky, the power of the two black golden bloodlines clashed together, and a colorful light flashed in the sky. Boom! Boom! Young Master Xinghan's black golden bloodline was incomparably pure, and its corrosive power was even stronger. In comparison, Fang Chen's black golden bloodline was a little mixed. However, it didn't matter. With the black hole bloodline, this wasn't a problem. The black golden bloodline is the bloodline of my race. An outsider like you can't control it. Young Master Xinghan sneered when he saw the black golden bloodline clashing. Is that so? Fang Chen smiled meaningfully and then fully activated the black hole bloodline. Wang! A terrifying black aura swept across the sky and surrounded Fang Chen. Hua la! In the blink of an eye, with Fang Chen as the center, the black aura turned into a huge black whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, a powerful suction force appeared. Extinguish! After Fang Chen uttered a single word, the black hole bloodline power erupted with the most dazzling power, directly injecting it into the black gold bloodline. The black golden bloodline, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately turned the situation around with the help of the black hole bloodline. Suppress! In the next instant, Fang Chen controlled the black golden bloodline and suppressed young Master Xinghan's black golden bloodline. No! Young Master Xinghan's expression changed drastically. He shook his head furiously. He couldn't imagine that his black golden bloodline would be suppressed. Your bloodline! Young Master Xinghan cried out. Young Master Xinghan cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen's black gold bloodline contained unparalleled power. Boom! No matter how hard young Master Xinghan tried, he couldn't resist the brilliance of the black hole bloodline. The black golden bloodline exploded in the void and starlight flickered, illuminating the dark land. Deng deng deng! Young Master Xinghan's body retreated rapidly. A trace of black blood flowed out from his palm. Seeing this scene, Luo Shou was completely stunned. Could this person be a mysterious expert on the ultimate star list? Other than that, Luo Shou couldn't imagine that an ordinary star ancient realm martial artist could suppress young Master Xinghan in terms of bloodline. No wonder. Luo Shou's face revealed a trace of a smile. Perhaps they could really leave Xinghan City tonight. His heart was filled with anticipation. At the same time, he was praying for Fang Chen. I underestimated your strength. Young Master Xinghan said. I also overestimated your strength. Fang Chen shrugged. Young Master Xinghan shook his head. You're still too inexperienced. If you cultivate for a few more years, perhaps even I won't be your opponent. But now, I can definitely suppress you with just my cultivation. The difference in cultivation couldn't be made up with bloodline power. Luo Shou said resolutely, although young Master Xinghan is strong, I see hope in Brother Fang that we can leave alive. The array around the manor swayed and the smell of blood filled the air, suppressing Fang Chen and Luo Shou. This was what Fang Chen was most puzzled about. Fang Chen glanced at Luo Shou and said, Do you believe me? Don't use your thoughts on others. I can see your stupidity. But you can't see my strength. Fang Chen said, therefore, the outcome of this battle has been decided before it even started. Luo Shou's eyes widened. Fang Chen wanted to kill young Master Xinghan? Rumble. Brother Fang, be careful. Young Master Xinghan said, You are the most arrogant star ancient realm martial artist I've seen in so many years. I'll let you know that you're not the only genius in the extinct star domain. No matter how strong your potential is, you can't beat a pair of iron fists. Young Master Xinghan said, Ha ha ha, you want to know, but I won't tell you. When I suck all the blood in your body dry, you'll understand what kind of mistake you've made. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Watch how I tear your bones apart inch by inch. Since you believe me, then wait for me on the side. You still have the face to talk about cultivation? With my star ancient realm cultivation, I can fight you, who is in the ancient life realm. If we were in the same realm, I could kill you with a glance. Fang Chen said. Ha ha, starlight flickered on young Master Xinghan's body as his aura rose. However, There's one thing I don't understand. You're a member of the Black Gold tribe. Why are you in the extinct star domain? Do you want to know? Young Master Xinghan smiled coldly. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have died at my hands. But you won't be the last. Fang Chen patted Luo Shou's shoulder. Tonight, not only will we leave alive. From now on, young Master Xinghan will no longer be on the extinct star list. Luo Shou got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked to Fang Chen's side. Although I'm not as strong, I can still provide you with some help. Arrogant to the extreme, Fang Chen was full of confidence. Invincible sword qi surrounded his body. In the blink of an eye, young Master Xinghan's battle intent soared to the peak. His aura also rose to the extreme. Chapter 2779. Wang. Young Master Xinghan raised both his hands. Starlight revolved around it, causing the entire world to tremble. Starlight Catalogue. Following young Master Xinghan's roar, he executed his trump card to the extreme. The Starlight Catalogue was the absolute art that young Master Xinghan relied on to become famous. Its offensive power was so strong that it struck fear in others. Starlight Catalogue. One could see a Starlight Catalogue appearing in young Master Xinghan's palm. There were countless starlight emitting from it. An ancient aura was emitted from it. Dong. Young Master Xinghan flipped his palm abruptly and pressed down with absolute strength. Hong long long. The sky trembled. The Starlight Catalogue brought with it unparalleled strength. At this moment, young Master Xinghan seemed to have merged with the starlight. Die. Young Master Xinghan's eyes turned scarlet. He pressed down with both his hands, causing the Starlight Catalogue to become even more resplendent. Seeing this, Fang Chen was slightly astonished. He did not expect the Starlight Catalogue to be so profound. Borrowing the strength of the starlight to merge with the starlight, using the Starlight Catalogue as the foundation to execute such an exquisite attack. Fang Chen slowly explained. Chaotic Origin sword body was activated, raising his defense to the extreme. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing the hidden star sword to shoot out. Unparalleled sword Dao, sword of destruction. Xiu. Resplendent sword light erupted with boundless strength. Fang Chen found an opportunity to stab out with his sword. Catcher. The sword light cleverly pierced into the core of the Starlight Catalogue, disrupting it. The Starlight Catalogue in young Master Xinghan's palm shook violently. Eventually, it could not withstand the pressure and shattered. How could this be? Young Master Xinghan's expression turned malevolent as he entered a state of madness. Starlight Catalogue's second move, Big Map. Without giving Fang Chen any chance, he hurriedly executed the Big Map. Following that, he executed the third move, which was also the final move, Pictures of All Beings. The Starry Sky, the Great Earth, and All Beings. The three great moves of the Starlight Catalogue were incomparably powerful. Hua la. Starlight flickered as the Big Map and Pictures of All Beings came together. They brought along a frightening strength as they pressed down. The Chaotic Origin sword body let out a crisp sound. It was unable to withstand the strength of young Master Xinghan's attack. Luo Shou, who was not far away, was stunned. Waves of shock surged in his heart. This battle was too shocking. It was simply a battle of the pinnacle. Sword of Heaven and Earth. Seeing this, Fang Chen performed the one sword of heaven and earth. The moment the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth shook. The hidden star sword suddenly expanded and turned into a 1,000-feet-long giant sword. Then, it fiercely hacked on the two great diagrams. Crack. The powerful power of the sword Dao only caused the two great catalogues to pause for a short while. It did not completely block them. You can't stop it. Young Master Xinghan laughed maniacally as he continued to press down on Fang Chen. Brother Fang, be careful. Luo Shou cried out involuntarily. At the same time, he prepared to attack and fight to the death. However, right at this moment, Luo Shou suddenly felt that the entire world was filled with an extremely vast aura of Sword Dao. What a powerful Sword Dao aura! It was unknown where this Sword Dao aura came from, but it actually caused Luo Shou to feel apprehensive. Luo Shou kept retreating. After he stabilized himself, he was shocked to discover a strong sword Dao aura emanating from Fang Chen's body. What swordsmanship is this? Luo Shou swore that this was the most exquisite sword technique he had ever seen in his entire life. Too strong. Luo Shou exclaimed. Chaotic origin sword. Fang Chen executed the third sword of his unparalleled sword Dao. At this moment, he was like a legend of the sword Dao. One man and one sword, he madly charged into the two great catalogues. Die! Even though his heart was shaken, young Master Xinghan had no other choice. The Starlight Catalogue was his strongest killing move. He had no path of retreat and could only face it head-on. Xiu. Fang Chen's body seemed to have fused together with the hidden star sword. A powerful sword light brought along an unstoppable force as it charged into the two great catalogues. The first thing he came into contact with was the big map. Crack. The big map was originally attacked by the single sword of heaven and earth, causing it to crack. Under the powerful impact of the chaotic origin sword, it shattered into pieces. Break. Fang Chen's voice came from the dazzling sword light. The power of the chaotic origin sword was raised to the maximum. At the same time, he activated his supreme ancestral eye. The power of his ancestral eye spread out, causing young Master Xinghan who was attacking to freeze for a moment. A battle between experts was decided in seconds. And it was this momentary pause that gave Fang Chen the perfect opportunity. Crack. The hidden star sword struck heavily on the myriad life catalogue. The latter did not have any strength to resist and shattered into bits of starlight. And young Master Xinghan's body was smashed onto the ground. Pu Kai. Young Master Xinghan spurted out fresh blood. He was severely injured. His expression was complicated and his heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape. Peng. Fang Chen stomped on his body, suppressing him. Young Master Xinghan quickly took out his communication jade pendant. He wanted to send a message out. Unfortunately, Fang Chen did not give him the chance. Crack. The communication jade pendant shattered. Young Master Xinghan's final hope was extinguished. His heart was like dead ashes. I've said it before. After tonight, young Master Xinghan will no longer be on the extinct star list. Fang Chen extended his palm and activated his black hole bloodline. In a flash, the black gold bloodline in young Master Xinghan's body was sucked dry. After which, he slammed his palm on young Master Xinghan's head. A generation's genius, young Master Xinghan, had his body and soul destroyed. Who? The entire process happened in a flash. Even when young Master Xinghan died, Luo Shou had yet to wake up from the shock. His heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that someone as strong as young Master Xinghan had died in the hands of Fang Chen. Time to go. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Luo Shou took a deep breath and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that a peak star ancient realm guy could kill young Master Xinghan? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire extinct star boundary. Luo Shou could imagine that this person would stir up the extinct star list in the future. But, although young Master Xinghan is dead, the array around the manor, looking at the array, Luo Shou felt a headache. Small problem. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and the formation collapsed on its own. Then, he grabbed Luo Shou, who was in a daze, and disappeared from extinct Star City. A few hours later, the news spread throughout the entire extinct Star City. Countless martial artists were shocked. Young Master Xinghan had died in extinct Star City. Who dared to do this? Luo Shou, who was at the side, was shocked to the extreme. A few days later, the entire extinct star boundary was shaken. Everyone was guessing who killed young Master Xinghan. In short, young Master Xinghan's death had stirred up a storm in extinct star boundary. Extinct Star City, extinct star residence. The black-robed old man shook his head. Impossible. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were not young Master Xinghan's match. There must be someone behind this. This person is most likely targeting our extinct Star City. Behind him, a servant shook his head. That day, we discovered that the array had shattered. We have been chasing after him. However, that person's speed was incomparably fast. Moreover, He was proficient in the Tao of Void. We lost track of him. The black-robed old man scolded. He was very dissatisfied. Fang Chen sat on a green rock and said with disdain, "Brother Fang's methods are too brilliant. With your strength, any force would fight to rope you in. A mere extinct star city is indeed nothing to be afraid of." Thinking of the experts that were chasing after him, Luo Shou felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Fang Chen that day, he would definitely not be able to leave extinct star city alive. "Have you found out?" Fang Chen did not have the time to care about Luo Shou. He was refining the black gold bloodline that he had absorbed from young Master Xinghan. If one wanted to kill young Master Xinghan silently, one would at least need to be an expert at the top of the extinct stars list. At the same time, he admired Fang Chen even more. He was extremely powerful and had monstrous potential. His escape method was also ridiculously powerful. A black-robed old man's face was filled with anger. The news was like a kite, spreading rapidly. With just them, they want to track my location. What a joke. Luo Shou cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Xinghan is the successor that was appointed by the Master. However, he was killed. If the Master knows about this, we will not have a good ending." The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Find the murderer at all costs." After the extinct star residents received the news, they were furious and issued a reward notice. If anyone could provide clues, there would be a great reward. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he brought Luo Shou and hid in an extremely mysterious place. The servant nodded and muttered, "Could it be Luo Shou and that guy? Admirable." The fall of an expert in the top 100 of the extinct stars list was not a small matter. Chapter 2780. The extinct star list was the most authoritative list in the extinct star boundary. Everyone knew that there were many boundaries in the vast ancient chaos. However, the extinct star boundary was definitely one of the most famous boundaries. There was a saying in the ancient chaos that if one wanted to become an unparalleled expert, one had to build a good foundation and temper oneself. However, the extinct star boundary was the best place for ancient gods to temper themselves. Hence, many large sect and even large forces would think of all ways to send the rising stars in their sect into the extinct star boundary. Over the years, the extinct star boundary had accumulated countless prodigies. If one wanted to leave, they had to obtain the title of extinct star. However, it was too difficult to obtain the title of extinct star. Only one person would obtain the title of extinct star in almost 10,000 years. Hence, it was not an exaggeration to say that the extinct star boundary had gathered the most elite ancient gods in the ancient chaos. As one of the top 100 prodigies on the extinct star list, young Master Xinghan was undoubtedly powerful. He was very famous and even occupied a city for himself, changing it to Star Cold City. However, there was news that he had died in Star Cold City. This news caused an uproar in the entire extinct star boundary. There were at least tens of billions of ancient gods in the extinct star boundary. To be able to stand out among so many ancient gods and enter the top 100 of the extinct star list was enough to show how powerful young Master Xinghan's potential was. Everyone in the vast extinct star boundary was discussing him. Star Cold City was furious and was searching for the murderer at all costs. However, as the main character, Fang Chen, was busy absorbing the power of the black gold bloodline. Hiss hiss hiss. In a hidden place, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a green rock. Dense bloodline power gushed out from his body, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. What a powerful bloodline power! Luo Shou exclaimed and opened his eyes wide. What bloodline is that? He could not imagine that there would be such a powerful bloodline in the world. Moreover, it was a human martial artist. His heart was in turmoil and he felt that Fang Chen was unfathomable. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The power of the black golden bloodline in his body had been completely refined. Looking into his body, he saw that the 50 bloodlines were very peaceful under the suppression of the black hole bloodline, and they were complementing each other. Fang Chen grinned. Young Master Xinghan's black gold bloodline was much stronger than the one he had obtained in the bloodline barrier. Brother Fang. Seeing this, Luo Shou called out. While you were cultivating, I went out for a walk and heard some news. Luo Shou's expression was somewhat solemn. Star-Cold City is furious, and they are looking for the murderer? Fang Chen asked. Luo Shou nodded. Don't worry, they won't find me. Fang Chen waved his hand. Luo Shou opened his mouth and hesitated. Then what should we do next? Luo Shou asked. Now, he and Fang Chen were on the same boat, advancing and retreating together. Do you know if there are any powerful alchemists in the Dead Star realm? Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he asked. If he could refine the absolute spirit grass into an absolute spirit pill and consume it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, even if he encountered experts in the top 50 of the Dead Star list, he would have nothing to fear. You want to refine the absolute spirit pill? Luo Shou asked. Fang Chen nodded. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, I do know of a person who is very skilled in alchemy. If he can't refine it, then I'm afraid no one in the Dead Star realm can. But, Luo Shou hesitated, this person has a strange personality and never meets with outsiders. When I obtained the absolute spirit grass, I went to find him, but I couldn't find him at all. The last time I went, I was directly kicked out. Only Luo Shou had a deep understanding of that miserable appearance. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood why Luo Shou wanted to use the Star-Cold City's banquet to sell the absolute spirit grass. Rather than not being able to refine it, it was better to exchange it for something useful. Oh, Fang Chen said, every alchemist with powerful means will have some temper. But even so, I have to try. What if I succeed? If that's the case, then I'll take Brother Fang to find him. Luo Shou nodded. After coming out of the hidden place, they could hear things about Star-Cold City everywhere they went. A few days later, Fang Chen and Luo Shou came to a city to rest. They happened to meet the cultivators of Star-Cold City and were recognized. Isn't that Luo Shou? Who's the person beside him? It's the guy who bought the absolute spirit grass. Dozens of Star-Cold City cultivators saw the two of them and were furious, ready to attack. Hurry up and inform the elders. Someone suggested. However, just as he took out the communication jade pendant, he was stopped by the leader. Big brother, what are you doing? The man asked puzzledly. The leader watched Fang Chen and Luo Shou enter the inn, and his eyes were full of heat. The strength of these two people is nothing to be afraid of. If we join forces and arrange a joint battle formation, we can easily kill them. He chuckled and said, at that time, won't the absolute spirit grass be in our pockets? But, if the elders know, we won't have a good end. The others were a little worried. The leader waved his hand and said, he won't know. Except for us, no one will know. After we get it, we will quickly contact the buyer and sell the absolute spirit grass. The wealth we get is enough for us to cultivate for the rest of our lives. Being said like this by the leader, the others were also tempted. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make a move. Wait. The leader scolded, it's too conspicuous. After the two of them leave the city, we will make a move. In the inn, Fang Chen and Luo Shou had a simple meal. In fact, their main purpose was to come to the city to inquire about the news. Brother Fang, I have inquired. Star-Cold City has been crazily tracking down the murderer recently. There are even Star-Cold City warriors in this city. Luo Shou said, it is said that some of the experts at the top of the Ultimate Star list have also noticed this matter. The fall of any one of the top 100 geniuses on the Ultimate Star list would break the balance and cause a commotion. Fang Chen was not surprised and nodded gently. Let's go. After a short rest, Luo Shou also inquired about the latest location of the alchemist, and the two of them left. Let's go. The people of Star-Cold City followed closely and quickly walked out of the city. Outside the city, it was barren and empty. Where are they? When they came out of the city, they found that there was no trace of Fang Chen and Luo Shou. They didn't go far, chase. Dozens of people urged their speed with all their strength and quickly chased. In the void, Fang Chen and Luo Shou looked down at this scene. Brother Fang, how did you find out? Luo Shou's admiration for Fang Chen could not be any higher. After a long while, a finger pierced through, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Brother Fang, Let's go, since they have sent a gift, we can't not accept it. To be able to discover this, he was simply a god. This is simply courting death, how can we go up? Luo Shou ridiculed. Fang Chen said with a smile. However, if one were to observe them closely, they would discover that each of their throats was pierced through by a finger light that was so thin that it was almost invisible. The wild black wind spun rapidly, forming a huge airflow. The entire Black Wind Mountain seemed to be at the end of the world. It was very terrifying. The sound of explosions could often be heard on Black Wind Mountain. But this time, it had changed to such a place. It was frightening to see. Fang Chen and Luo Shou crossed the mountain and left the city. On the wasteland at the foot of the mountain, dozens of corpses were lying. Looking carefully, their corpses were intact. This Black Wind Grandmaster is quite interesting, actually living in seclusion here. Boom. Even the top 50 experts on the absolute star list would not dare to rashly enter, right? Little did they know that Fang Chen's divine sense was far superior to those of the same realm, and his perception of heavenly energy was very sharp. After traveling day and night, they finally arrived at Black Wind Mountain after a few days. Standing on the wasteland, Fang Chen looked up at the void. Black wind enveloped Black Wind Mountain, and he could even faintly see the existence of spatial storms. Just the biting cold black wind around Black Wind Mountain was enough to stop most of the cultivators. However, the real danger came from the faintly discernible spatial storms. Chapter 2781. The extinct star boundary was a place where ancient gods gathered. However, other than these geniuses from the various sect, there was also the extinct star boundary lords faction. This Grandmaster Black Wind was an alchemist under the Empyrean Realm Master. In the extinct star boundary, Master Black Wind was highly respected and his alchemy skills were unparalleled. He was an existence revered by many geniuses on the extinct star boundary lord list. Countless people queued up to meet Master Black Wind, but they couldn't. This made people sigh when they mentioned Master Black Wind. Now, when Luo Shou saw the chaotic space around Black Wind Mountain, he wanted to retreat. Don't worry, I have a way. Fang Chen grinned and grabbed Luo Shou, instantly disappearing from the wasteland. In the next moment, Fang Chen and Luo Shou appeared in Dark Cave Mountain. This is one of my spatial treasures. Fang Chen briefly explained the situation to Luo Shou. Then, he controlled the heart of the mysterious underworld and drove Dark Cave Mountain forward rapidly. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky as bolts of lightning struck Dark Cave Mountain. Crack. Cracks appeared on Dark Cave Mountain, but the mysterious underworld heart was confident that it could pass through the chaotic space. Master, don't worry. As long as we don't encounter a spatial storm, I'm confident that I can pass through the barrier. Fang Chen nodded. He was constantly paying attention to the surroundings and even activated his ancestral eye to look for spatial storms. Move 3 meters to the left. Move 9 meters to the right. Under Fang Chen's control, Dark Cave Mountain easily dodged the terrifying spatial storms and passed through the barrier to arrive at the peak of Black Wind Mountain. Whoosh! Luo Shou was on tenterhooks the entire time, afraid of encountering a spatial storm. Even now, his heart was beating wildly. He didn't dare to believe what he had just experienced. Luo Shou took a deep breath and glanced at the calm and composed Fang Chen. He sighed emotionally. At the peak of Black Wind Mountain, in front of a thatched cottage, voila! A black-robed old man suddenly appeared. His pitch-black eyes looked down at Dark Cave Mountain that was passing through the barrier. Hey! The black-robed old man exclaimed in surprise. His expression changed greatly as he secretly contacted Deadstar Sector Lord. Sector Lord, I found a special space-type treasure. Great Master Black Wind transmitted his voice. Soon, ripples flickered in the void as a phantom condensed from starlight appeared out of nowhere. Sector Lord. Master Black Wind bowed slightly and greeted. What a familiar aura. The starlight phantom looked at Dongwu Mountain, and a vast power surged around him. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. The aura of the Cavern Ruins Emperor? The Starlight Phantom smiled and said, I've met the Cavern Ruins Great Emperor before. Since I've met his descendant today, I'll help him. After saying that, the starlight phantom dissipated. Master Black Wind looked at the void in surprise and nodded. He then waved his sleeve and a path appeared in the void. He took a step forward. "Brother Fang, I really admire you now," Luo Shou said excitedly. Fang Chen stared ahead, feeling uneasy. He didn't know if he would be able to see Master Black Wind. Voila! At this moment, a black-robed old man appeared out of nowhere. Junior Luo Shou greets Master Black Wind. Luo Shou hurriedly cupped his fists. His expression changed as he was afraid that Master Black Wind would kick him out. However, Master Black Wind didn't attack as he expected. Instead, he carefully sized up Fang Chen. "What's your name?" Master Black Wind asked. Junior Fang Chen greets Master Black Wind. Fang Chen bowed and said, "I heard that Master Black Wind is the strongest alchemist in the Starless Domain. That's why I wanted to ask Senior to help me refine an vanishing spirit pill." Master Black Wind was silent as he looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. As time passed, Fang Chen and Luo Shou looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "I can help you refine the pill, but I have a condition," Master Black Wind said. "Master, please say it." Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he was delighted. "I need something. It's in the Starless Mountain Range. Help me get it." Master Black Wind said simply. "Starless Mountain Range?" Luo Shou whispered. Obviously, he understood the dangers of the Starless Mountain Range. "If you don't agree, then forget it." Master Black Wind pretended to leave. Fang Chen was a little anxious as he hurriedly stopped Master Black Wind and said, "I agree." Hearing this, Master Black Wind's expression eased a little. "Let's go." He brought Fang Chen and Luo Shou to the front of the thatched hut. "Wait here while I concoct the pills for you," Master Black Wind warned before leaving. "Don't destroy any grass or trees here. Otherwise, I will kill you." After saying this, Fang Chen handed the vanishing spirit grass to Master Black Wind. "Master, I still have a star fantasy flower. I don't know if you want to refine the star fantasy pill?" Master Black Wind asked. Fang Chen nodded. As expected of Master Black Wind. He didn't say anything and the latter already knew what he was thinking. "Yes." After Master Black Wind left, Luo Shou looked at Fang Chen and said with some doubts, "Brother Fang, I don't dare to believe it." Luo Shou spread out his hands and said, "Before this, I asked to see Master Black Wind countless times but was rejected. The last time, I was even kicked out. But this time, he didn't make things difficult for you and directly refined it for you. Most importantly, not only did he refine the vanishing spirit pill, but also the star fantasy pill. It was simply inconceivable. I also paid the price." Fang Chen said. "What Master Black Wind wants is in the Starless Mountain Range. Although that mountain range is dangerous, it can't stop Master Black Wind. I really don't understand." Luo Shou thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. "No need to say more. If Master Black Wind wants to kill us, he doesn't need to beat around the bush." In the clouds, there was a bed. The Starlight Phantom was lying on the bed with a chessboard beside it. He picked up the wine cup and drank a mouthful of wine. "You're here." The Starlight Phantom put down the wine cup and asked indifferently. "Sector Lord, that guy asked me to refine the vanishing spirit pill and the star fantasy pill for him." Master Black Wind said with a smile, "I also followed your instructions and let him enter the Starless Mountain Range. But I don't understand. What does Sector Lord mean?" Master Black Wind didn't understand. Was it just because he had met the Cave Ruins Great Emperor once? The Starlight Phantom raised his head and looked into the distance, lost in his memories. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Even though I've only met the Great Emperor of the Cavern Ruins once, I admire him for his righteousness," said the Great Emperor. The Starlight Phantom said, "This time, I met his descendant in the Starless Domain. Helping him can be considered my respect to the Cave Ruins Great Emperor." The Starlight Phantom shook his head. Others would never understand what kind of person the Cave Ruins Great Emperor was. Master Black Wind really didn't understand. He scratched his head and left the clouds. The Starless Domain was vast and there were countless experts. However, The one that everyone respected the most was the legendary Starless Domain Lord. This place was usually sparsely populated and demonic beasts ran rampant. On another barren plain, a person suddenly flew out from an underground cave. He was wearing a red windbreaker and his eyes were bewitching. When they flashed, they could tear apart the void. The beast-armored male said with a hoarse voice, "The chance to obtain the title of Starless Domain has come." Rumble. They wouldn't miss any chance to obtain the title of Starless Domain Lord, much less the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord. However, recently, many prodigies on the Starless Domain Lord list had come out of seclusion and came to this place. Earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, too shocking. A vast waterfall flowed downwards, creating countless splashes. A young elite wearing beast-armored male appeared out of thin air. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked. "Have you heard?" Someone saw an enormous starlight phantom dissipating in the Starless Domain Lord. Specks of starlight scattered in every corner of the Starless Domain Lord. Some suspect that the inheritance left behind by the Starless Domain Lord has appeared. The Starless Domain Lord list was known as the most dangerous mountain range in the Starless Domain. The news has spread like wildfire in the Starless Domain. Those prodigies that are near the top of the Starless Domain Lord list have all come out of seclusion. It seems that this matter is most likely true. In front of a certain mountain stream. Even if it was just a rumor, they weren't willing to miss it. The inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord? Ha ha ha, after waiting for so many years, it's finally here. At the same time, experts came out of seclusion in every hidden location in the Starless Domain. They all had a common goal, and that was the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord and the title of Starless Domain Lord. Chapter 2782. Black Wind Mountain, in front of the thatched hut. Fang Chen and Luo Shou sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently. "Brother Fang, you said that Master Black Wind." Before Luo Shou could finish, he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Wait patiently. Since he chose Master Black Wind, he must have enough confidence in him. Moreover, it's already not easy for Master Black Wind to help him refine pills." Rip. A burst of hearty laughter came from the void. Master Black Wind was flying over. "Master Black Wind." Fang Chen and Luo Shou hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Here are your pills." Master Black Wind took out a box and threw it to Fang Chen. The latter received it and opened it. Immediately, a fragrance assailed his nose. After seeing 2 round pills, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. "Thank you, Master Black Wind." Fang Chen thanked. "No need to thank me. It's just a transaction," Master Black Wind said expressionlessly. "After swallowing the vanishing spirit pill, there will be some side effects. You have to be careful. As for the Star Fantasy pill, if I'm not wrong, you used it to strengthen your illusion cultivation. This pill doesn't have any side effects and can be swallowed directly." Fang Chen nodded. As an alchemist, although his alchemy skills were not as good as Master Black Wind's, he was very clear about these 2 pills. "All right, just eat it here. After that, we'll quickly enter the Starless Mountain Range," Master Black Wind impatiently urged. Buzz. Fang Chen first chose the vanishing spirit pill. After putting it in his mouth, it quickly swam into his stomach. Rumble. When the pill's effect spread, the vast power of the vanishing spirit pill erupted and wrapped Fang Chen. Seeing this, Luo Shou's eyes widened and his heart trembled. "Huh!" Fang Chen discovered that the power of the vanishing spirit pill was corroding his bones after it spread out. Is this the side effect? In order to completely digest the power of the vanishing spirit pill, the corrosive power must be completely eliminated. If it were someone else, perhaps they would be helpless. However, Fang Chen was different. As he thought, he activated his black hole bloodline. Wild bloodline power spread throughout his body as he madly absorbed the power of the annihilation spirit pill. In the blink of an eye, the power of the annihilation pill was completely absorbed by the black hole bloodline. Hiss hiss hiss. After being refined by the black hole bloodline, the annihilation pill's power was extremely pure. When it was released again, it directly caused Fang Chen's power to tremble and break through his bottleneck. Hoo. Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the martial path was increasing infinitely, and his strength was also increasing. When the aura around him reached its peak, it finally stopped. The aura that enveloped Fang Chen's body gradually dissipated, and peace returned to his body. So strong. Luo Shou could clearly sense that Fang Chen seemed to have been reborn in a moment, as if he had become a completely different person. The limit of the Star Ancient stage? Luo Shou's eyes widened, and he was curious. When Fang Chen was at the peak of the Star Ancient stage, he could already crush young Master Xinghan. Now that his cultivation had increased, could he reach a higher level on the ultimate star list? Thinking of this, Luo Shou trembled. Fang Chen's potential was too monstrous. It was simply unprecedented and would not be surpassed in the future. Facing Fang Chen, Master Heifeng's indifferent face also revealed a trace of an appreciative smile. His potential is very strong. Master Black Wind muttered to himself. After stabilizing for a moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes, took out the Star Fantasy Pill again, and swallowed it. Buzz! The illusory aura around him instantly erupted, forming a huge illusory realm on Blackwind Mountain. Where is this? Luo Shou, who was trapped in the illusory realm, exclaimed. Master Black Wind, on the other hand, widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. This guy, after a long time, he shook his head and sighed. Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than he had imagined. Especially Fang Chen's attainments in illusory techniques, which far surpassed cultivators in the same realm. Even the top 10 on the ultimate star list can't compare to him in terms of illusory techniques, right? Master Black Wind said. The process of digesting the Star Fantasy Pill was so smooth that even Fang Chen was surprised. In less than half an hour, the Star Fantasy Pill had completely melted, and Fang Chen's illusory techniques had reached a new level. Amazing. After Fang Chen kept the illusory realm, Luo Shou gave him a thumbs up. Just relying on illusory techniques, you can stand on the ultimate star list. Master Black Wind commented. Luo Shou was even more dumbfounded. Fang Chen's comprehensive strength was simply too strong. After that, under Master Black Wind's urging, Fang Chen and Luo Shou left Blackwind Mountain. Looking at the two's disappearing figures, Master Black Wind's lips curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. Perhaps the Realm Lord's decision will create a peerless expert. Master Black Wind muttered. The Blackwind mountain range wasn't too far from the Starless mountain range. Fang Chen and Luo Shou rushed at full speed, so they arrived in 5 days. Brother Fang, the Starless mountain range is just up ahead. Luo Shou looked at the endless mountain range in front of him and said in a low voice, the Starless mountain range is extremely dangerous. There are very few people inside and demonic beasts run amok. We must be careful. Go in. Fang Chen and Luo Shou rushed towards the Starless mountain range. Hoo hoo hoo. Countless sounds of breaking through the air came from afar. One by one, cultivators flew past the two of them and entered the Starless mountain range. In just a few minutes, several groups of martial artists had entered. What's going on? Why are there so many people entering the Starless mountain range? Luo Shou was a bit puzzled. According to the information he obtained, normally there wouldn't be anyone in the Starless mountain range, but now, just as Luo Shou was filled with doubts, Fang Chen said, ask someone. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. Thud thud thud. A group of martial artists wearing starry robes approached from afar. Xinghan Cheng? Luo Shou also recognized these people. The robes they wore were too obvious. The martial artists of Xinghan Cheng suddenly stopped in their tracks. Boss, those two people look familiar. Isn't that Luo Shou? Who's the martial artist beside him? The guy who bought the Starless Spirit Grass. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They had clearly received the news that if they met these two people, they would immediately capture them. Because these two people were the ones who indirectly killed young Master Xinghan Cheng. The people of Xinghan Cheng quickly approached. I finally found you. Capture them for me. The leader didn't care about anything else and directly gave the order. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. With a flick of his finger, a bright light whizzed out. Poochie. Wherever the light passed, the space would be pierced. The martial artists of Xinghan Cheng couldn't resist at all. Miserable screams continuously sounded out. In a flash, the casualties were heavy. How is this possible? The leader's heart trembled as he kept retreating. However, he was smashed to the ground by Fang Chen's fist. Answer my question. Otherwise, I will smash your head. Fang Chen said coldly. What are you doing in the Starless Mountain Range? Blood and killing intent filled the entire Starless Mountain Range. Recently, there are rumors that the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord has appeared in the Starless Mountain Range. It has alarmed the entire Starless Domain. Many prodigies of the Starless Domain have gathered here to search for the inheritance. Fang Chen glanced at him and smashed his head with a punch. Poochie. Under the gaze of the Supreme Ancestral Eye, nothing could hide. The starlight is mine. Many prodigies were searching for the starlight. What a strange mountain range. I have already told you everything I know. Can you let me go? The leader said nervously. It was said that gathering 100,000 starlight would open the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised. Ha ha ha, the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord is great. Luo Shou said, every time the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord appears, someone will obtain the title of Starless. The inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord? Let you go. Fang Chen and Luo Shou looked at each other and said, the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord has appeared. Let's go and join in the fun. Recently, starlight constantly flickered in the Starless Mountain Range. As soon as Fang Chen and Luo Shou entered, they felt an incomparably oppressive aura. Luo Shou muttered to himself. He was a little worried. Biting cold killing intent spread over. Countless martial artists were fighting each other. It was very miserable. Luo Shou was incomparably excited. However, this was only a corner of the Starless Mountain Range. Fang Chen activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye and looked through the layers of forest to survey the surrounding environment. You are courting death. Chapter 2783. A. Under the gaze of the Supreme Ancestor Eye, Fang Chen realized that the entire Starless Mountain Range was filled with battles and massacres. Countless martial artists were fighting for the starlight. It seems like the starlight is the key to opening the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord. Soon, Fang Chen realized this point. At the same time, he also saw the top geniuses on the Starless list. They're too strong. Even if my strength has increased, I'm still no match for them. The top 10 of the Starless list were monsters that could stir up a storm. Let's go. Fang Chen accidentally discovered that a large amount of starlight had appeared in an empty space. He held Luo Shou's hand and quickly entered the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrived here. Collect the starlight. Fang Chen said hurriedly. Then, he took a big step forward and quickly walked on the barren land to collect the starlight. Voila! With a wave of his hand, he kept a streak of starlight. Luo Shou's speed of collecting the starlight was much slower. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had collected a large amount of starlight. The amount of starlight in the barren land decreased rapidly. Dong dong dong. Just as Fang Chen kept the last streak of starlight, he suddenly felt the ground trembling. What's going on? Luo Shou asked anxiously, his face pale. Wang. In the void, a deathly aura appeared, giving off an oppressive feeling. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Not good. Fang Chen looked around and suddenly cursed inwardly. Then, he pulled Luo Shou away. Crack. The void where Luo Shou was just now shattered. A ferocious beast with a dense deathly aura appeared in front of Fang Chen. Roar. The ferocious beast roared towards the sky, infuriated. Damned human, how dare you trespass into my race's forbidden ground? Die. The ferocious beast roared and opened its bloody mouth. A dense deathly aura was released, instantly wrapping around Fang Chen and Luo Shou. Not good. After the deathly aura entered his body, Fang Chen felt his primordial spirit tremble. An attack on the primordial spirit. Fang Chen was shocked. He fully activated his king-level primordial spirit and crushed the death aura in his mind. He turned his head to look. Luo Shou was unable to resist at all. He was like a walking corpse. He placed a hand on Luo Shou's back, forcibly expelling the death aura in his mind. Luo Shou was suddenly jolted awake, his heart filled with lingering fear. Hide. Fang Chen sent Luo Shou into Dark Cave Mountain, while he faced the big guy in front of him alone. You can actually withstand the undead spirit attack of my undead spirit clan. Interesting. The ferocious demonic beast shook its head and said in a deep voice. Undead spirit race? Fang Chen had never heard of this race. Before he could react, the ferocious monster beast attacked again. However, this time, Fang Chen was prepared. His figure flashed, and the ferocious beast's attack missed. At the same time, Fang Chen stepped on the ferocious beast's head and slashed out with his sword, shattering its head. Crack! In the shattered head, a palm-sized ball floated in the void, fleeing in panic. A primordial spirit. The hidden star sword was brandished once again. The swordlight formed a powerful cage in the sky, trapping the small ball. What a strong death aura. Fang Chen was even more curious about the undead spirit clan. Their primordial spirits were completely condensed by death aura. An angry roar came from the small ball. Stupid human, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, my undead spirit clan will not let you go. You are already my prisoner, and you still dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I will crush your primordial spirit now. Fang Chen said. Rumble. At this moment, the overwhelming death aura came head-on, and the void became incomparably oppressive. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. In the distant sky, a dense group of ferocious demonic beasts roared. Ha ha ha, my undead spirit clan army is here. You are dead. The trapped primordial spirit laughed wildly. Whoosh. Fang Chen flicked his sleeve, and the primordial spirit clan was sucked into Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he rushed into the distance. Human, kill without mercy. The arrival of the undead spirit clan army filled the entire land with death aura. In the process of escaping, Fang Chen waved his sword, and the heaven and earth trembled. The undead spirit clan at the front was instantly killed. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the small ball suspended in the air was sucked into his pocket. Kill him for me. Fang Chen's actions had completely angered the undead spirit clan. The mighty undead spirit clan army chased after him. I am not afraid of ordinary undead spirit clan, but there is a peak ancient life realm undead spirit clan army. His death aura can threaten my primordial spirit. Fang Chen thought to himself as he fled. The structure of the undead spirit clan's primordial spirit was very strange. Their primordial spirit attacks were special. Even Fang Chen almost fell into their trap for the first time. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was invincible in the same realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist the attack of the undead spirit clan. Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the wasteland. However, the army of the undead spirit clan continued to pursue him relentlessly. Valley. While fleeing, Fang Chen found a valley in front of him. Go in. Without hesitation, he drilled into the valley. At the same time, Fang Chen quickly arranged a chain array to seal the valley. Rumble. A deafening sound spread into the valley. The chain array shook, but in the end, it resisted the attack of the undead spirit clan army. Phew. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he was surrounded by a large number of undead spirit clan army outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn human. The leader of the undead spirit clan tried his best, but he could not break the array. They stopped outside the array, their faces ferocious and furious. What should we do? He killed so many of our clansmen. He must die. That's right. Kill him at all costs. Let's surround this place first. When King comes out of seclusion, we'll deal with him. In the valley, Fang Chen sat on the ground, panting. He did not expect to encounter the undead spirit clan as soon as he entered the Starless Mountain range. What kind of existence is this undead spirit clan? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He did not know anything about the undead spirit clan. Whoosh. Luo Shou came out of Dark Cave Mountain. After looking at the surroundings, he heaved a sigh of relief. Do you know about the undead spirit clan? Fang Chen asked. Luo Shou had stayed in the Starless realm for a long time, so he should know. Luo Shou realized that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Spirit Clan?" However, to his surprise, the small round balls blocked his primordial spirit and could not penetrate. Fang Chen controlled one of the small round balls and placed it in his palm. Then, he began to search its soul. It's fine. The undead Spirit Clan can be considered a lucky chance for him. If he can grasp it, his primordial spirit will undergo earth-shaking changes. The Starless Realm Lord smiled. However, with his attainments in the Soul Dao, it will be difficult for him to unravel the mystery of the undead Spirit Clan. Help him and the rest will depend on his luck. Luo Shou shook his head. I'm not sure either. What should we do? His divine sense gradually covered the small round balls and tried to penetrate them. As the latter was pondering, his body suddenly froze and he fell into a daze. The source of their strength was their Spirit Clan, and the only way to enhance their Spirit Clan was to swallow a massive amount of human primordial spirits. In truth, what Fang Chen and Luo Shou didn't know was that the undead Spirit Clan specifically ate the primordial spirits of human martial artists. Foolish human, you must have been eroded by the death energy of my undead Spirit Clan, causing your primordial spirit to wither. Ha ha ha. A disdainful voice came from the Spirit Clan. My undead Spirit Clan is the natural nemesis of humans. You actually dared to intrude into my clan's forbidden land. You are simply courting death. Wild laughter came from the small round balls. I can only search your soul. In the clouds above, the Starless Realm Lord looked down. When he saw this scene, he faintly smiled. In Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen looked at the small round balls imprisoned in the void. For a time, Fang Chen fell into a dilemma. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. A dense death energy was constantly being released. As he spoke, the Starless Realm Lord flicked his sleeve. A resplendent starlight swooped down and sank into Fang Chen's mind. The undead Spirit Clan called this small round ball a Spirit Clan. It looked similar to the primordial spirits of human martial artists, but their structure was somewhat strange. Brother Fang. Chapter 2784. A large amount of information suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Pain arose spontaneously. He hugged his head with both hands and fell to the ground in pain. However, he still persevered and used his soul spiritual art to resist the pain in his primordial spirit. Finally, after a few minutes, his primordial spirit calmed down. What is this? Fang Chen's expression was somewhat solemn. He looked into his mind and found unfamiliar information. Undead spirit race? After taking a rough look, Fang Chen exclaimed in shock. He had been worrying about how to break the spirit of the undead spirit race. He didn't expect that information about the undead spirit race would appear in his mind now. What was going on? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. He vaguely remembered that a faintly discernible starlight drilled into his mind. Then, his primordial spirit felt pain. Could it be that someone is secretly helping me? Suddenly, Fang Chen's expression became solemn. He activated his supreme ancestral eye and looked up at the void. From the starlight, he thought of a certain unparalleled expert. Deadstar Realm Lord. Combining the previous request for Master Black Wind to refine pills and the starlight just now, Fang Chen thought of Deadstar Realm Lord. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Everyone knew that Master Black Wind was a subordinate of Deadstar Realm Lord. He had a violent personality and was usually not seen by outsiders. However, Master Black Wind appeared just as he reached Blackwind Mountain. Although his attitude was ordinary, at least he really helped him. Moreover, when he asked to refine the Star Fantasy Pill, Master Black Wind didn't refuse. If there was someone who could command Master Black Wind, it could only be Deadstar Realm Lord. Could it really be Deadstar Realm Lord? Fang Chen activated his supreme ancestral eye to the extreme. His eyes were scarlet as he stared at the sky. He vaguely saw a starlight bed. On the bed, there was an illusion of starlight. Crack. Just as he was trying hard to check, he suddenly felt pain in his eyes and his body retreated a few steps. Huff. He took a deep breath and tried hard to calm his heart. No matter what, Deadstar Realm Lord shouldn't have any evil intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped me like this. He believed that the one helping him in the dark was the Empyrean Star World Lord. Brother Fang, are you okay? Luo Shou asked worriedly. I'm fine. Fang Chen sorted out the information about the undead spirit race in his mind and looked at the small ball again. With a cold snort, Fang Chen formed a complicated seal with both hands. At the same time, he activated the spiritual art to the extreme. He stretched out his finger and quickly tapped the spirit of the undead spirit clan dozens of times. Crack! His spirit shattered, and a thick aura of death filled the air. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen grasped the death chi in his palm. This is the essence. Then, with a thought, he sucked it into his mind. Seeing this scene, the other spirits struggled and were filled with fear. How is that possible? How did you break through the soul of our undead spirit race? Luo Shou was also in a daze. He hadn't been able to break through the spirit soul just a moment ago, so how was he able to casually break it now? With a series of taps, all the spirits in Dark Cave Mountain shattered, and the death chi was absorbed by Fang Chen. Seeing Luo Shou's dumbfounded expression, Fang Chen explained, the undead spirit race is a special race. The source of their race's power is the spirit race. The growth of each spirit race is accompanied by the primordial spirits of hundreds of millions of humans. They feed on primordial spirits. Luo Shou was stunned. Fang Chen nodded and continued, that's right. The undead spirit race can increase the power of their spirit race by devouring primordial spirits, and we humans can also do the same. There were two sides to everything. After checking the information in his mind, Fang Chen also knew. The undead spirit race had committed grave sins and was the mortal enemy of humans. Early in the ancient era, during the Battle of the Gods, their race had been annihilated, surrounded and killed by the unparalleled powerhouses of the human race. The undead spirit race of the undead spirit race in the undead star realm was caught by the undead star realm lord and brought here. The purpose was to train the younger generation of the human race. In the clouds, the undead star realm lord's face was full of smiles. Interesting fellow. He has 50 special bloodlines, and he has the black hole bloodline. He should be one of the candidates for the Bloodline King title, right? The undead star realm lord said. Apart from that, he is also the successor of the Cave Ruins' great emperor. Of course, there were two other bloodlines that even the undead star realm lord couldn't see through. Fang Chen's spacetime Dao and Sword Dao. His attainments in the spacetime Dao are extremely high, and I can feel that they are not created by an ordinary person. They seem to be similar to the inheritance of the void primogenitor. The undead star realm lord didn't dare to be sure. He faintly felt that Fang Chen was related to the void primogenitor. And Sword Dao. Speaking of Sword Dao, the undead star realm lord's eyes burned. His Sword Dao potential is simply unimaginable. It's extremely profound, even more profound than the Sky One Sword Emperor I saw before. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If his guess was correct, then there were 4 unparalleled powerhouses behind Fang Chen. It was too shocking. What a mysterious guy. Ancestor Tian Shu sent you to the undead star realm to let you hide from your enemies. However, if they know that you have these unparalleled powerhouses behind you, they will probably be scared silly. When Ancestor Tian Shu sent Fang Chen in, he had greeted the undead star realm lord. However, the latter was only returning the favor and didn't care. It wasn't until Immortal Cave Mountain appeared that he noticed Fang Chen. Now that he had a deeper understanding, he felt even more shocked. However, with those old fellows' personalities, they probably won't let you know. They are testing you and tempering you. The undead star realm lord smiled. The chain formation at the entrance of the valley was at risk of being broken at any time. Every once in a while, Fang Chen would set up a new chain formation. The undead soul race was really trapped outside. And after absorbing the spirits of the undead soul race, he clearly felt that his primordial spirit had improved significantly. The circulation of his spirit soul art also became smoother. This scene made Fang Chen extremely excited. If I can devour a large number of spirits, maybe my primordial spirit can reach the emperor level. The primordial spirit was divided into 9 realms. Above the 9 yuan realm was the king level, Emperor level, an emperor level. An emperor level primordial spirit. Fang Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Since ancient times, those who had an emperor-level primordial spirit had all become unparalleled powerhouses standing at the peak of the immemorial chaos. Even an emperor-level primordial spirit was enough to shock the world. I can't bite off more than I can chew. Let's improve my primordial spirit to the peak of the king level first. Fang Chen muttered. He thought of a way. From time to time, he would deliberately break a small gap in the chain formation and let a few undead soul race in. Then, he would seal the valley, kill the undead soul race, and absorb their spirits. In this way, he wouldn't have to bear the threat of the undead soul race army and could also quickly improve his primordial spirit. At the same time, the situation in the huge Undead Star mountain range suddenly changed. In the void clouds, in front of the starlight bed, the Undead Star Realm Lord picked up the Shirako and placed it on the chessboard. The experts on the Undead Star list were constantly killing. Smoke rose and the war was chaotic. One after another, cultivators fell into a pool of blood. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. If it was in the past, can you imagine that a guy who cultivated for 50 to 60,000 years would have a battle prowess comparable to the life ancient realm? The Undead Star Realm Lord asked. Especially after seeing the several unparalleled powerhouses behind Fang Chen, he became even more interested in him. What a joke! Even in ancient times, there wouldn't be such a monstrous genius. You've lost again. As time passed, the competition for the Starlight Bed also entered a white-hot stage. There were even experts on the Undead Star list who banded together to kill others. Master Black Wind sat in front of the chessboard, playing chess with the Undead Star Realm Lord. However, there was almost no one comparable to the life ancient realm. But, his potential is unprecedented. I can feel that in the future, he will definitely be able to spread his wings and soar to the peak of the immemorial chaos. The Undead Star Realm Lord said. Realm Lord, although that guy is smart, it won't be long before the king of the undead soul race comes out of seclusion. At that time, how will he resist? Master Black Wind asked. In short, the peaceful Undead Star mountain range was completely disrupted by the experts on the Undead Star list. No buts. I, the Undead Star Realm Lord, created the Undead Star Realm to nurture geniuses. If I can witness the rise of an expert like the Cave Ruins Great Emperor, I will have no regrets in my life. Seeing this, Master Black Wind felt helpless. He had never won against the Realm Lord. Master Black Wind shook his head. Chapter 2785. Fang Chen and Luo Shou hid in the valley and used a chain array to successfully block the dead spirit race. At the same time, they used a unique method to kill the dead spirit race and absorb their spirits. It had to be said that the spirits of the dead spirit race were simply a great supplement to the primordial spirit of a human cultivator. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Chen had absorbed countless spirits. His primordial spirit had reached the peak of the king stage a few months ago. Rumble. His divine sense spread out, and a vast soul Dao power swept over. It was incomparably shocking. Luo Shou witnessed the process of Fang Chen's primordial spirit improving with his own eyes. His heart trembled. His eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen. Monstrous waves surged in his heart. Too strong. At this moment, his admiration for Fang Chen had reached an extreme level. In half a year, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached an unimaginable level. One had to know that in their generation, the soul Dao power of the geniuses on the unmatched star list was only at this level. Fang Chen had only cultivated for half a year, but he had reached such a level. Moreover, what shocked Luo Shou was that after Fang Chen's primordial spirit reached the peak of the king stage, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to absorb spirits crazily. This made him realize a problem. Fang Chen wanted to break through to a higher level of the soul Dao. Emperor stage. Luo Shou blurted out. His face was filled with shock. Crack. While he was thinking, Fang Chen killed a few dead spirit race members with a punch and quickly refined their spirits. Whoosh. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Soul Dao power surged around his body, and a thunderous sound lingered in his ears. It's about time. Fang Chen's eyes emitted a scorching light. After cultivating crazily for half a year, the time was finally ripe. Today, he would break through to the Emperor stage. If he succeeded, his divine sense would reach an unimaginable level and complete the most perfect transformation. At that time, his soul Dao power would be able to suppress a mere unmatched star list expert. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen's face tightened. He didn't dare to be careless. The breakthrough this time was of great importance. Once he failed, his soul would suffer a backlash, and his half a year of bitter cultivation would be wasted. Furthermore, in the process of killing the spirit tribe, Fang Chen also learned a secret. The king of the undead spirit race seemed to be coming out of seclusion. He was very powerful. Once he came out, it would be a blow to Fang Chen. Therefore, he had to succeed no matter what. Dong! Deafening roars came from outside the valley. The chain array shook, and the outermost array formation shattered from time to time. However, the speed at which Fang Chen set up the array formation far surpassed the speed at which the undead race broke it. Damned humans! Foolish human, your end has come. Ha ha ha, the king of my clan is about to come out of seclusion. Not only you, but all the humans in the entire Starless Mountain range will die at the hands of my undead spirit clan. A furious roar entered Fang Chen's ears. Open! Fang Chen raised his hand and waved it gently. A ray of light entered the array formation. Crack! The power of the array formation spun wildly, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Go, kill that damned human. In the past half a year, the grudge between Fang Chen and the undead spirit race had accumulated to a certain extent. Now, there was only one thought in the minds of many undead spirit race members, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Seeing the terrifying vortex that appeared on the chain array formation, they plunged into it without hesitation. Buzz! An oppressive aura came from the air. Under Fang Chen's control, the first undead spirit race member passed through the chain array formation. Black Demon Sky-Splitting. Fang Chen pierced the head of the undead spirit race member unexpectedly with the demon extinction sword in his hand at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Ah! A miserable cry came out of its mouth. The Black Demon Sky-Splitting was a secret assassination technique. Together with the demon extinction sword, it could erupt with a powerful force. Under Fang Chen's control, he could easily smash the head of the undead spirit race member into pieces. The body of the undead spirit race member exploded, and its soul escaped. Who? Fang Chen opened his palm, and a powerful suction force enveloped it. In a flash, it was absorbed. Come, all of you. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with madness. He opened his hands and waited for the arrival of the undead spirit race army. As time passed, the undead spirit race members rushed into the valley one after another, surrounding Fang Chen. Crack! The demon extinction sword appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Fang Chen's figure turned into thousands of clones. Almost every undead spirit race member had to face Fang Chen's powerful attack. In the end, Fang Chen even displayed the chaotic origin sword. Unparalleled sword Dao. Unparalleled sword Qi soared into the sky. The hidden star sword exploded with a destructive force. At the same time, Fang Chen activated his supreme ancestral eye. A powerful illusory aura spread out, forming a huge illusory realm in an instant. Many undead spirit race members fell into the illusory realm. At the same time, they were enveloped by the power of the ancestral eye, unable to move. It's about time. Looking at the densely packed undead spirit race members trapped in the illusory realm, Fang Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. The sword Dao aura around him rose to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, took a step forward, and slashed at the void. The huge hidden star sword split the void and bombarded the bodies of the undead spirit race members. This sword contained an incredible power. Wherever the sword passed, there would be miserable screams. The densely packed souls were suspended in midair and absorbed by Fang Chen. What a powerful sword technique! Luo Shou was already dumbfounded. He had a certain understanding of Fang Chen's sword technique. But now, Fang Chen used it again. Luo Shou was still very shocked. I've never seen such a profound sword technique. Even Empyrean Realm Lord, who was in the clouds, exclaimed softly when he saw this scene. This guy's sword Dao potential is really heaven-defying. Empyrean Realm Lord discovered that he had still underestimated Fang Chen's sword Dao potential. Even the Tianyi Sword Emperor, whose name shook the immemorial Chaos era, was only at this level when he was young. The more he interacted with him, the more Empyrean Realm Lord discovered that Fang Chen had the shadow of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. If this guy is the successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor, then everything can be explained. Empyrean Realm Lord muttered. Whoosh. The void rippled and 5 figures appeared in front of the starlight bed. Realm Lord, I really can't believe that there is such a monstrous sword Dao genius in this world. I even suspect that we have returned to the ancient era. Master Black Wind curled his lips. Yes, it seems that we have been in Empyrean Realm for too long and have been cut off from the outside world. The outside world has changed too quickly. Although it is no longer as prosperous as the ancient era, every era has its own main character. Everyone thinks that our Empyrean realm is the best training ground for ancient gods in the immemorial Chaos era. But they don't know how much we have to pay to nurture geniuses. These people were all under Empyrean Realm Lord's command like Master Black Wind. They had followed Empyrean Realm Lord since a long time ago. Realm Lord, with your strength, who in the immemorial Chaos era would dare to oppose you if you raised your arms and shouted? The green-robed elder asked in confusion. But I don't understand why you are willing to live in Empyrean Realm all these years. The 5 looked at each other and shook their heads. Soon, the model of the 4th move appeared in Fang Chen's mind. I see. We are with you, Realm Lord. Although the 5 of them said that, they still stood with Empyrean Realm Lord at the crucial moment. The moment his primordial spirit evolved, some of the doubts he had towards the sword Dao were resolved. After absorbing the densely packed spirits, Fang Chen's primordial spirit underwent a metamorphosis. Hearing that, Empyrean Realm Lord's expression changed. He then shook his head and sighed. In the valley, blood flowed like a river. The corpses of the undead spirit race were piled up like a mountain. That's it. Wang. After a moment of silence, Empyrean Realm Lord slowly said, you might not know the situation back then. If you had seen that scene, you wouldn't have questioned what I'm doing now. Fang Chen muttered. He revealed an anxious expression. Fang Chen continuously executed the chaotic origin sword. His attack power had reached a level that could destroy the heavens and earth. Could it be that the battle of gods in the immemorial era has defeated your spirit? Is it about to evolve? At the same time, his body trembled as a thought flashed through his mind. Soon after, an excited smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. MN. Chapter 2786. His peak king primordial spirit was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Powerful soul Dao energy surrounded his body, perfectly fusing with the chaotic origin sword body. To a large extent, this gave Fang Chen some inspiration. Boom. The power in his body vibrated, and all his bloodlines, including the black hole bloodline, were released. Colorful light appeared in the sky. Many bloodline powers gathered together, forming a powerful pressure. Pucci. Luo Shou's body was directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. His heart trembled, and he was dumbfounded. In front of the starlight bed, Empyrean Star Realm Lord and his 5 subordinates were looking at Fang Chen with interest. It seems that this guy is going to have a breakthrough in his sword technique. As soon as Empyrean Star Realm Lord finished speaking, Fang Chen's body shook, and the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. Bloodline, soul power. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. At this moment, he merged his bloodline power and soul power, fusing them into his invincible sword Dao. Go! Following Fang Chen's light shout, the hidden star sword carried an unimaginable power as it slashed out. Catcher! Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. The undead spirit race that was hit by the hidden star sword directly exploded, and miserable screams could be heard endlessly. With one slash, the undead spirit race was destroyed. When this vast sword slashed the ground, the densely packed undead spirit race were all annihilated, and not a single one was left alive. At the same time, the valley became a scene of devastation. Huala. Fang Chen opened his eyes, and the hidden star sword released a powerful force. Wang. At the same time, his primordial spirit also experienced a great shock. Emperor realm? In his mind, a dazzling light was released. It was unbelievable. Fang Chen could feel that his primordial spirit had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even a single thought was enough to destroy the world. Is this the Emperor realm primordial spirit? After absorbing many spirits, Fang Chen's primordial spirit finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the Emperor realm. Who? Letting out a sigh of relief, Fang Chen put away the star-hidden sword. The fourth move of the invincible sword principle had been created, and his primordial spirit had been upgraded to the Emperor level. Although his cultivation base was still at the peak of the Star-Ancient realm, his true battle prowess had reached an unprecedented level. Fang Chen clenched his fists, and a cracking sound could be heard in the air. He felt that the power in his body was incomparably abundant. Since this move is based on the power of the Soul Dao and the power of the bloodline, let's call it the Blood Soul Sword. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen said slowly. The ravaged valley was a complete mess. After a while, the oppressive aura in the air gradually dissipated. Luo Shou crawled up and walked over to Fang Chen's side. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Fang Chen smiled brilliantly at Luo Shou, but the latter stood there in a daze. Roar! An angry roar came from the distant horizon. Fang Chen turned his head and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. The king of the undead spirit clan? Fang Chen murmured, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. If it was before, Fang Chen would definitely be afraid of the king of the undead spirit clan. But now, his strength had increased rapidly, and he couldn't wait to deal with it. Roar! Another roar rang out, and the entire starless mountain range shook. Countless warriors looked at the source of the sound in horror. They were all wondering if a powerful demonic beast had been born. Some people even fled in panic, for fear of being hunted down by this powerful demonic beast. Dong! The earth trembled, and in the distant horizon, a ferocious phantom of 100 feet tall approached from afar. Brother Luo Shou, wait for me here. After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he stood in the air. Holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, the sword domain enveloped an area of 100 miles. Everything was under his control. Roar! The roar of the beast was getting closer and closer. In the end, it directly tore through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. The body of 100 feet tall, like a mountain, stood in front of Fang Chen. The king of the undead spirit clan exuded a terrifying aura of death. Luo Shou swore that this was the closest he had ever been to death. It was too terrifying. That aura made him feel desperate. Brother Fang. Luo Shou looked at Fang Chen with some worry and shouted loudly. The latter ignored him and quietly looked at the big guy in front of him. Human. The king of death spirit spoke in human language and said angrily. Seeing the corpses of the undead spirit clan everywhere in the valley, he was burning with anger. He couldn't wait to tear the human warrior in front of him into pieces. You deserve to die for killing my clansman. As soon as the king of death spirit's voice fell, his big claw suddenly grabbed the void. Suddenly, the void in front of Fang Chen collapsed. His figure turned into a streamer and quickly moved away. King of Death Spirit, you are no match for me. Fang Chen stood proudly, holding the star-hidden sword in his hand and said in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the sky. After hearing it, the King of Death Spirit laughed wildly. Are you talking to me? Weak human. The King of Death Spirit took a step forward. His huge body pressed forward, and the aura of death directly shattered Fang Chen's sword domain. However, in the face of the menacing King of Death Spirit, Fang Chen was fearless. Suddenly, the King of Death Spirit exuded a vast power and pressed down on Fang Chen. Spirit. Fang Chen felt the uniqueness of the King of Death Spirit's spirit. The power of the soul principle released by it was even more incredible. It's so strange. Fang Chen was surprised. If my primordial spirit hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm, I wouldn't have been able to resist the attack of the King of Death Spirit's spirit. Fortunately, his primordial spirit had already evolved, so in the eyes of others, the attack of the King of Death Spirit was just SOSO in front of him. Buzz. The King of Death Spirit's spirit vibrated, and the majestic aura of death filled the entire sky. Finally, it surrounded Fang Chen and pressed down on his primordial spirit. The spirit of the undead spirit clan is the nemesis of humans. The King of Death Spirit said in a deep voice, "In the face of my spirit's attack, you will lose everything. King of Death Spirit, you are too arrogant." Fang Chen sneered, and at the same time, he activated his Emperor Realm primordial spirit. The golden primordial spirit suddenly expanded and rotated rapidly. The powerful soul principle power roared out like a volcanic eruption. Hiss! The power of the Emperor Realm primordial spirit was not comparable to the King of Death Spirit's spirit. In a flash, Fang Chen's soul principle power completely devoured the King of Death Spirit's aura of death. He placed the undead spirit clan in the Dead Star boundary to train the young generation of geniuses. He had already seen that Fang Chen's primordial spirit contained a strong aura of the spirit. He suddenly waved his big claws, and the sky was torn apart. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the clouds, in front of the starlight bed. Die! The King of Death Spirit's huge body moved, and the aura of death spread out. The King of Death Spirit took a few steps back, and his big eyes stared at Fang Chen. Who on earth is fighting? The Tianyi Sword Emperor. It must be the successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. What an interesting guy. How long has it been since he entered the Dead Star boundary? Master Black Wind exclaimed. The battle fluctuations are too big. Could it be one of the top 10 geniuses on the Dead Star list? When the King of Death Spirit fought with Fang Chen, the battle fluctuations spread throughout the Dead Star mountain range. Damn human. When Fang Chen asked him to help him refine the Dead Star pill and the Star Fantasy pill, he did not expect that this guy could destroy the undead spirit clan and suppress the King of Death Spirit with his sword. Impossible. Even the top 10 geniuses on the Dead Star list can't make such a powerful sound. The King of Death Spirit is best at spirit soul attacks. Now, this guy's primordial spirit has reached the Emperor level, and it can completely crush his spirit soul. The Dead Star Boundary Lord said, once this guy uses his mysterious sword technique, the King of Death Spirit will definitely lose. Everyone's heart was filled with doubts. If he defeated the King of Death Spirit, he would reach the top of the Dead Star list. At the same time, countless martial artists were filled with fear as they looked in the direction of the battle. Yes, only the Tianyi Sword Emperor can train such a heaven-defying sword Dao genius. Seeing this scene, the Dead Star Boundary Lord laughed heartily. His face was ferocious, and he roared to the sky, his heart burning with anger. The Dead Star Boundary Lord seemed to have seen Fang Chen stepping on the bones of the undead spirit clan and taking the most important step. Chapter 2787. The result was no longer important to Empyrean Star and the others. Because after this battle, they could basically confirm that Fang Chen's sword Dao inheritance came from the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Otherwise, with his experience and insight, even the most monstrous sword Dao genius would not be able to create such a powerful and mysterious sword Dao. Empyrean Star had once felt this sword Dao from the Tianyi Sword Emperor. While Empyrean Star and the others were thinking, the battle was about to come to an end. They had to admit that the attack of the King of Death Spirit was indeed very strong. However, he encountered the even more monstrous Fang Chen, whose king-grade primordial spirit completely crushed his spirit. As for his blood soul sword, it was even more shocking. It's time to end this. The King of Death Spirit roared in mid-air, and a raging fire ignited around his body. At the same time, the death aura on his body merged with the fire, and his body underwent a tremendous change at this moment. Roar! A deafening beast roar came from the King of Death Spirit's mouth. For his race, he had even used the forbidden secret technique of the Death Spirit clan. This attack could only succeed, and failure was not an option. I don't believe that you can withstand it. The King of Death Spirit did not believe that Fang Chen could withstand his full attack with a human body. Death Spirit destruction. Thunder rumbled as the King of Death Spirit's body whizzed over. It's time to end this. Fang Chen's palm rubbed the hilt of the hidden star sword as he looked at the menacing King of Death Spirit and murmured. At first, he was prepared to kill the King of Death Spirit and then devour his spirit. But now, he changed his mind. Invincible Sword Dao, Blood Soul Sword. Buzz. When Fang Chen used this sword, a vast bloodline power erupted. At the same time, his emperor-grade primordial spirit was also activated to the extreme. The two completely different powers merged together, raising the power of the Blood Soul Sword to the strongest. With the Hidden Star Sword as the carrier, he displayed a shocking sword move. This sword move was too stunning. Heaven and earth were shocked by this sword move. How is this possible? The Lord of Death Spirit yelled hysterically. The flames on his body became more vigorous and surrounded Fang Chen in a sea of fire. He wanted to use his powerful flame to destroy the star-hidden sword. Poochie. The sword Chi was like a rainbow. The Hidden Star Sword carried an unimaginable power and rushed into the sea of fire. Rip. Under the attack of the Hidden Star Sword, the boundless sea of fire was instantly annihilated. The bloodline power and the power of Soul Dao burst out with shocking power. After destroying the sea of fire, they stabbed toward the King of Death Spirit. No. Lord Death Spirit roared furiously as his huge body retreated. However, a powerful force of heaven and earth whizzed over and imprisoned his body. His eyes, which were as big as gongs, were filled with despair. He had barely managed to avoid the battle of gods that he didn't want to recall for the rest of his life. Now, he was going to die at the hands of this human cultivator. The Lord of Death Spirit looked up to the sky and roared, unwilling to give up. Dong. When the tip of the Hidden Star Sword was 1 inch away from the Lord of Death Spirit's body, something strange happened. Fang Chen's wrist shook violently. Suddenly, the Hidden Star Sword rotated 180 degrees and hit the Lord of Death Spirit's body with its hilt. Boom! The Lord of Death Spirit's huge body flew out and smashed a big pit in the ground. His aura was weak and he was spitting blood. The Lord of Death Spirit was lying on his back in the big pit. He looked at Fang Chen with his gong-sized eyes in disbelief. He had given up resisting the last blow. As long as the tip of the sword pierced his body, he would definitely die. However, Fang Chen didn't do that. This was what surprised the Lord of Death Spirit. Indeed, I could have killed you with my sword, but what's the point? Fang Chen spread out his hands, walked to the big pit, and looked at the Lord of Death Spirit. Everyone has a dream to pursue the peak of martial arts, and the Undead Spirit Clan is no exception. Fang Chen said, "So, when I attacked you, I changed my mind. I can give you a chance to pursue the peak of martial arts. Are you willing to take it?" Fang Chen threw the question to the Lord of Death Spirit. Fang Chen had experienced all kinds of things since he started his cultivation. He deeply understood that his strength was limited at any time. Therefore, he tried his best to form his own force. Only when he was strong could he control his own destiny. The Lord of Death Spirit was very powerful. According to his speculation, if he recovered to his heyday, he could at least be ranked in the top 10 of the Ultimate Stars list, or even stronger. Whoosh! The Lord of Death Spirit panted heavily and rolled his gong-sized eyes, as if he was thinking about Fang Chen's question. "Don't you know that the Undead Spirit Clan and the Human Clan are mortal enemies?" The Lord of Death Spirit asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen grinned. "There are no eternal enemies, only absolute interests. In front of interests, friends could become enemies. Similarly, enemies could also become friends." Fang Chen believed that the Lord of Death Spirit would make a choice. If he followed him, he could continue to live, and at least the Undead Spirit Clan would not be completely destroyed. If he died now, everything would be nonsense. Wasn't the purpose of living in the world? The Undead Spirit Clan was no exception. Think about it yourself. Fang Chen put away the star-hidden sword and walked into the valley. Luo Shou had witnessed the whole process of this battle with his own eyes, and he was already numb. Again and again, Fang Chen's strength exceeded his imagination. He couldn't imagine what kind of force could cultivate such a powerful heaven's favorite. The Lord of Death Spirit got up from the big pit with difficulty. He looked down at the blood flowing out of his body, and his expression changed. Not long ago, his clansmen died in the hands of humans. Now, he had to bow his head, and he was very unwilling. However, he was a member of the Undead Spirit Clan, and he could do anything to achieve his goal. Even if, after a while, the Lord of Death Spirit gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Have you made a decision?" Fang Chen walked over at the right time and looked at the Lord of Death Spirit with a smile. The Lord of Death Spirit nodded. I can follow you, but if you don't need me in the future, I hope you can restore my freedom. No problem. The two sides hit it off, and the Lord of Death Spirit made a martial arts oath to recognize Fang Chen as his master. Master. The Lord of Death Spirit called out. Can't you change your body? Fang Chen asked. His body was too huge, and it was particularly attractive. Clatter. The Lord of Death Spirit's body flickered with the aura of death, and then he turned into the same size as Fang Chen. You are seriously injured. Go to Immortal Cave Mountain to cultivate first. Even the Lord of Death Spirit himself would never have thought that years later, he would follow Fang Chen to conquer the world and become famous in the ancient chaos. Because of Fang Chen, he rebuilt the Undead Spirit Clan and led the clan to rise from the ashes. Ha ha ha, this guy really did it. Master Black Wind laughed. He was in a good mood. If the Lord of Death Spirit can recover to his peak, he will have no problem fighting against the ordinary blood spirits on the continent of despair. Fang Chen grinned. The Sword Dao of the Sky One Sword Emperor is very powerful, and it is unprecedented. However, this guy can actually mix his own ideas into it. It's incredible. Of course, this was all in the future. Even the Empyrean Star Realm Lord was smiling. He had met the blood spirits before, and they represented the strongest life-ancient realm on the continent of despair. The 5 people nodded one after another. With the strength that Fang Chen had shown, the Empyrean Star Realm Lords could only look up to him. Fang Chen waved his hand and sent the Lord of Death Spirit into Immortal Cave Mountain. Therefore, there was no problem in saying that he was the first on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord list. The Lord of Death Spirit looked around and was overjoyed. You can use all the resources here. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. However, in the context of the entire primordial chaos, they were nothing. First on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord list. The Lord of Death Spirit looked up at the sky and murmured. Yes, the sword he used at the end was mixed with his own ideas of Sword Dao. He is really a Sword Dao genius. He was naturally happy to have such combat strength. In the clouds. The question now is, how long will it take to get the title of Empyrean Star? Master Black Wind suddenly asked. Maybe I made the right decision. After subduing the Lord of Death Spirit, Fang Chen was in a good mood. Chapter 2788. The Starless Mountain Range was a place where demonic beasts ran amok and martial artists roamed. The experts on the Starless Mountain Range were gathered here to search for the Starless Domain Lord's inheritance and obtain the title of Starless. Therefore, they would not miss this opportunity no matter what. In front of the Starlight Bed, the Starless Domain Lord felt that the time was ripe. He waved his hand and a resplendent starlight flashed. In the next moment, a shocking news spread out from the Starless Mountain Range. The Starless Domain Lord's inheritance had appeared. Only by gathering all the starlight could the door to the inheritance be opened. After this news spread out, it sped up the battle between the geniuses. Under the cruel battle, the weaker martial artists directly gave up on the inheritance and hid. Some even used escaping the Starless Mountain Range as their goal. For a time, the Starless Mountain Range was incomparably chaotic. Fang Chen naturally also received the news. He and Luo Shou left the valley and quickly traveled on the plains. There's starlight ahead. While traveling, Luo Shou saw the starlight ahead. When the two arrived in front of the starlight, suddenly, several martial artists rushed out and collected the starlight. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the starlight to appear here. After the martial artists collected the starlight, they were very excited and ignored Fang Chen and Luo Shou. Fang Chen and Luo Shou glanced at each other. Luo Shou took a step forward and coughed lightly. Sorry, please return our starlight. Hearing this, they finally noticed Luo Shou. The black-robed man's face was full of disdain. You said the starlight is yours. Do you have proof? Luo Shou was speechless for a moment. We found the starlight first. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You found it first so it's yours. If that's the case, then all the starlight in the Starless Mountain Range belongs to us brothers. Another person laughed loudly and ridiculed. The last person looked coldly at Luo Shou and said indifferently, You want to snatch the starlight from us with just this? You're courting death. Boom. With lightning speed, he blasted out a punch, instantly forcing Luo Shou to retreat. Deng deng deng. After Luo Shou stabilized himself, he glared at the three people. Trash, get lost. Ha ha ha, if you want to take back starlight, find a stronger helper. Don't let the three of us see you in the starless realm. Otherwise, we'll beat you up every time we see you until you're crippled. Luo Shou was too weak. The three of them disdained to make a move. No matter what, the three of them were powerhouses in the top 50 of the Ultimate Stars list. Fang Chen extended his hand and gently supported Luo Shou, indicating for him to step back. He took a step forward and looked at the three of them with a smile. You keep calling others trash. Then, may I ask, what are the three of you? The three of us? Brat, I think water has entered your brain, right? Go out and ask around for the names of the three brothers of the Qiu clan. Fang Chen shook his head. He had never heard of it. Brother Fang, the three of them are respectively ranked 42nd, 45th, and 46th on the Ultimate Star list. Luo Shou explained in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and said, oh. He looked at the three of them with disdain. So it's three idiots who haven't entered the top 40. No wonder you're so shameless. Fang Chen's words completely enraged the three of them. The three brothers of the Qiu clan stared at Fang Chen with their dark eyes. The air condensed and a powerful force pressed down on Fang Chen. The latter didn't move at all and stood there quietly. Brat, do you know what you're saying? The eldest brother of the Qiu clan said coldly. For a trash like you who can't even enter the Ultimate Stars list, you can't understand how terrifying the top 50 of the Ultimate Stars list are. I can crush your head with one punch. Fang Chen shook his head. What's the use of saying this? Can you scare me? I advise the three of you to obediently hand over starlight. Otherwise, I don't mind making a move. With Fang Chen's current strength, the three of them couldn't enter his eyes. However, if the three of them didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. You're courting death. The third brother cursed angrily and prepared to make a move. Wait. Fang Chen suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Are you afraid? It's too late. You'll have to pay a heavy price for what you said. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We'll just cripple you and throw you into a group of beasts. Look at him. He must be afraid. The three of you can come at me together. I'm afraid I'll kill you if I hit too hard. Fang Chen said. Arrogant. The third brother was furious and made a move. Boom. Fang Chen threw out a simple punch and collided with the third son of the Qiu family's attack. Crack. A shocking scene appeared. The third brother of the Qiu clan flew out like a kite. Poochie. The third brother of the Qiu clan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured and lost his ability to fight. Third brother. The eldest brother and the second brother screamed when they saw this. They hurriedly ran to the third brother. After a while, the two of them looked very serious. How ruthless. You actually broke all of the third brother's meridians. The eldest brother said coldly and took a step forward with an imposing aura. It's hard to vent my anger if I don't kill you. After saying that, a monstrous aura soared into the sky. The eldest brother and the second brother of the Qiu clan joined forces and launched a powerful attack on Fang Chen. However, it was all in vain. The result was already decided. Whoosh! Fang Chen stretched out his hand, and it instantly expanded. A wild aura gathered in his palm. Suppress. His palm pressed down and froze the entire space. The eldest brother and the second brother of the Qiu clan were instantly immobilized. What's going on? At this moment, the two finally felt that something was wrong. Impossible. He's just a star ancient realm cultivator, the second brother exclaimed. In the sky, a powerful pressure suddenly fell. The two brothers of the Qiu clan felt a great gravity as if they were facing the top 10 experts on the unmatched star list. He's too strong. We can't resist at all. The two brothers' faces were ashen. Who would have thought that a star ancient realm cultivator could burst out such a powerful force? Dong. He suppressed the two brothers of the Qiu clan. Crack. The two brothers suffered the same fate as the third brother. Their meridians were all broken and they couldn't fight for a short time. Hand over starlight. Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently. The three brothers looked at each other and immediately handed over all the starlight from their Sumeru rings to Fang Chen. It was not until a long time after Fang Chen left that the three brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Eldest brother, what kind of monster did we encounter? This guy must be one of the top 10 experts on the unmatched star list in disguise. Otherwise, how could a star ancient realm cultivator burst out with such power? In the following time, on the way to the Gate of Inheritance, they encountered several groups of cultivators, all of whom had their eyes on Fang Chen. Thinking of this, the saber-wielding man's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. He chopped a monster in front of him into pieces. The saber-wielding man couldn't wait to meet Fang Chen and snatch the starlight from him. A star ancient realm cultivator is recklessly snatching the starlight on the way to the Gate of Inheritance and casually defeating experts. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't even know how he died in this dangerous starless mountain range. Everyone wanted to find a breakthrough point from Fang Chen and use him to forcibly collect the starlight. The communication jade pendant rang, and he frowned slightly. There was no doubt that Fang Chen's actions had broken the balance of the unmatched star list. At the same time, the top 10 and even the top 20 experts on the unmatched star list joined the camp of robbing Fang Chen. I believe that the others will also act after hearing the news, right? After a long while, he said word by word, according to the description, this person is most likely one of the top 10 experts on the unmatched star list. The latter defeated them all without hesitation and then took away their starlight. Luo Shouxing said with a smile. He was also basking in the glory of following Fang Chen. Thinking of this, the saber-wielding man licked his dry lips and said gloomily, many experts on the unmatched star list are looking for a balance. They don't dare to act rashly and snatch the starlight of other camps. Who is this guy? He disguised himself to bully the weak. Anyway, it's already a great thing that we can keep our lives. In the depths of the starless mountain range, a saber-wielding man slashed out with his saber. Robbing is still the fastest. After a few days, the number of starlight on Fang Chen's body skyrocketed. The saber-wielding man was puzzled. This battle became an eternal nightmare for the three brothers of the Chiu family. Chapter 2789. In the depths of the Neverstar mountain range, Fang Chen stood on a big tree and looked into the distance. Luo Shou, who was standing beside him, looked a little serious. Brother Fang, are you really okay? Luo Shou asked. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. If you want to take my starlight, you have to be prepared to be robbed. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the sound of leaves rustling came from the void, and there was an obvious aura approaching. You're here earlier than I expected. Fang Chen was still calm, and his divine senses were locked on the person who came. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? He was going to hide in the dark and observe Fang Chen. However, after hearing the voice, a person slowly walked out of the darkness. This person was dressed in a black robe, with a saber on his back. He was exuding a sharp saber aura. Li Yidao. He ranked 9th on the Neverstar list and was invincible in the way of the saber. Luo Shou recognized this person and cried out involuntarily. It was said that no one could force Li Yidao to use his saber for the second time, even the top 10 experts on the Neverstar list. You know why I'm here. Li Yidao stared at Fang Chen with a cold expression and said indifferently. His words were full of confidence. In his opinion, this guy in front of him could not resist his attack at all. Li Yidao, the 9th on the Neverstar list. Fang Chen smiled and asked seriously, how much starlight do you have? Li Yidao was a little surprised. He did not understand what Fang Chen meant. Those who tried to snatch my starlight, in the end, their starlight ended up in my pocket. Fang Chen's next words made Li Yidao furious in an instant. He pointed to himself and asked, are you trying to rob me? Fang Chen shrugged. Why not? Are you the only one who is allowed to rob others, but others are not allowed to rob you? Hearing this, Li Yidao chuckled. I hope your strength is as good as your courage. You don't have to worry about that. Anyone who wants to rob my starlight will pay a heavy price. Boom. Li Yidao raised his hand, gripped the handle of his saber tightly, and slowly pulled it out. Between heaven and earth, saber chi crisscrossed, incomparably oppressive. Li Yidao wanted to oppress Fang Chen with his broadsword chi to intimidate him. However, Fang Chen remained calm in the face of the violent saber chi. With a wave of his sleeve, a halo of sword chi appeared in front of him and blocked it. What? You couldn't resist the medicine and took action? Fang Chen looked at Li Yidao mockingly. Li Yidao's eyes emitted terrifying saber light, and his aura kept rising. The wind blew, the fallen leaves fluttered, and the sky changed color. Luo Shou noticed that Li Yidao's palm was moving. Brother Fang, be careful. Li Yidao is going to attack. It's fine, Fang Chen said. I will only make one strike. If you can resist it, I will leave immediately, Li Yidao said coldly. Fang Chen waved his hand. There's no need. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast force erupted, and a shocking beast roar resounded through the sky. In the void, the King of Death spirit appeared out of thin air. The aura of death filled the air, and he pounced with his big claws. Swoosh. At the same time, the saber in Li Yidao's hand whistled through the air. Boom. With a loud bang, the King of Death spirit's big claws pressed down on the saber, and then his power surged and kept pressing down. Stupid human being, you are too weak. The King of Death spirit looked at Li Yidao sarcastically. He exerted all his strength, and the aura of death eroded Li Yidao, forcing him to step back. At this time, Li Yidao's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "The King of Death Spirit?" Crack! Li Yidao's saber art, which he was proud of, was broken. He flew backward and fell to the ground, his face extremely pale. I see. He glanced at Fang Chen and then looked at the King of Death Spirit. He thought that Fang Chen defeated the other masters on the Ultimate Stars list with the help of the King of Death Spirit instead of his own strength. Thinking of this, Li Yidao smiled bitterly and helplessly. I'm not interested in your life. Hand over the starlight, and you can leave, Fang Chen said. Li Yidao slowly stood up and stared at Fang Chen. Although I lost, I didn't lose to you. After thinking for a moment, he continued, I can hand over the starlight, but I want to fight with you. To put it bluntly, Li Yidao was not convinced. Fight with me? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Yidao. You will regret it. Fang Chen didn't tell Li Yidao that if he fought with him, Li Yidao's last bit of confidence would be destroyed. Don't you dare. Swoosh. Fang Chen didn't say anything, but his actions showed everything. He flashed as fast as lightning, and a shocking sword light burst out in the sky. Seeing this, Li Yidao's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly performed his strongest saber art. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. 3 slashes in a row. This was Li Yidao's strongest attack, and he couldn't even control the last slash. But now, he couldn't care less. Boom. The void collapsed, and the sword light burst out. The moment Li Yidao's 3 slashes were shattered, the last bit of confidence in his heart was destroyed. He couldn't believe that Fang Chen was so strong. He's too strong. Li Yidao closed his eyes in pain, ready to die. However, when the terrifying sword light was only 1 centimeter away from him, it suddenly stopped. I said that I'm not interested in your life. A faint voice came. Li Yidao's body shook, and he opened his eyes. With a wry smile, he had no choice but to hand over all the starlight. Fang Chen and Luo Shou walked farther and farther away, leaving Li Yidao standing there in a daze. His eyes were full of complicated emotions, and the amazing sword move that Fang Chen just performed was still echoing in his mind. Brother Fang, you're awesome. Fang Chen walked in front, followed by Luo Shou, and said with a smile. Fang Chen was a strong visual impact, and Luo Shou was extremely shocked. Although Li Yidao ranks 9th on the Unmatched Stars list, his attack power is very strong, almost as strong as the top 5. Even the other martial artists in the top 10 of the Unmatched Stars list don't dare to provoke him, but you defeated him with 1 slash. If this news spreads, who will dare to touch you in the Unmatched Star field? Luo Shou spoke with assurance. He even thought that Fang Chen was strong enough to dominate the unmatched star field. I can imagine that Brother Fang will be the fastest heavenly legend to get the title of unmatched star in the history of the unmatched star field, Luo Shou continued. Fang Chen stopped and leaned against a big stone. Let's wait here. Fang Chen's purpose was very simple. He wanted to get the starlight, activate the inheritance, and get the title of unmatched star. Originally, the top 20 experts on the unmatched stars list were looking for Fang Chen. After the latter released the news through Luo Shou, many people flocked to him. Unsurprisingly, those arrogant experts on the unmatched stars list were all taught a lesson by Fang Chen, and they lost the starlight they had worked so hard to get these days. It was not worth the loss. In just 3 days, Fang Chen had defeated many experts consecutively. Even the 4th and 5th experts on the ultimate star list were defeated by him. For a time, everyone in the unmatched stars mountain range was in a panic. Everyone was afraid of encountering Fang Chen. They were very much looking forward to the appearance of the top 3 experts on the unmatched stars list and defeating the arrogant Fang Chen. However, the 3 of them didn't make any moves. Brother Fang, the news has been out for a long time, but the 3 of them haven't made any moves. Are they afraid? Luo Shou said with a smile. During this period, no one was more excited than him. He had witnessed the defeat of the top 20 experts on the unmatched stars list at the hands of Fang Chen. This point alone was enough for him to brag about for countless years. Fang Chen pondered and said, "In that case, let's go directly to the Gate of Inheritance." I think they will go there. The Gate of Inheritance was located in the middle of a mountain stream in the depths of the unmatched stars mountain range. There were powerful waterfalls flowing down from both sides, and the temperature here plummeted. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. A mighty aura of formation spread out, quickly trapping Fang Chen and Luo Shou in the middle. The murderous aura was extremely chaotic. Fang Chen curled his lips. If you are afraid, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? No wonder there has been no movement for so long after the news spread. It turns out that you have set up a trap here. We were very surprised when you defeated Li Yidao. We didn't expect you to hold back. I have to say that you are really a genius. If it weren't for the inheritance of the Realm Lord of the Unmatched Stars list, I would want to be friends with you, the black-robed man said. Fang Chen's voice slowly spread, echoing in the mountain stream. The Gate of Inheritance. Ridiculous. Even those experts with great attainments in formation can't break my formation. Who do you think you are? What's going on? Luo Shou's expression changed when he heard this. Although the King of Death Spirit was very strong, the 3 of them already had a plan to deal with him. The formation surrounded them, and a gloomy voice came from it. When Fang Chen and Luo Shou arrived, there was no one here. There is no one here? Luo Shou was a little surprised. Since you have observed me before, you should have a certain understanding of me, Fang Chen said. Will this kind of little trick work on me? Indeed, a star ancient realm warrior could cause the top 3 experts on the unmatched stars list to join forces. This in itself was a display of strength. Fang Chen shook his head with a disdainful expression. Even in the face of a strong enemy, Fang Chen was still calm. Just as he was about to call out to Fang Chen, he suddenly found that the latter was looking in a certain direction. Although the 3 of us disdain to join forces, in order to obtain the inheritance of the unmatched stars realm lord, we can use all means. He summoned the King of Death Spirit. Seeing this, the 3 of them sneered. We already knew that you enslaved the King of Death Spirit. If we hadn't been prepared, would we have dared to attack you? In the fog, 3 figures slowly walked out. Their bodies carried a murderous aura. The formation was very strong and strange. It could be seen that the 3 of them had spent a lot of effort. Page, you are still so arrogant in this situation. An illusory gate stood in the middle of the waterfall. Specks of starlight flickered, giving people a strange feeling. Fang Chen's previous actions were all under their observation. This was also why they didn't dare to act rashly and chose to join forces.